Yes, yes. Gen X Jeff is here at Outliers in Exile, where the internet comes from love. Terabytes and terabytes of love and personal growth, which is what we're going to do today. Or at least I'm going to attempt to do today for myself. You could follow along if you want. Hey, Ninja. Plasma, face the shadow. Yes. So this topic came out of a conversation that started last night with Chuck about who's part of the 12-step program. So higher power, and um, when you can't overcome alone, you need that extra strength that comes from somewhere, whether it's your higher power, God, Jesus, a divinity, the AA group itself, something external to just your will. Hey, Dolbess. And he said that part of it, like, because I'm having trouble. I thought you could just like press a call button and say, "Hey, higher power, I'm ready now. I need your help. I got as far as I could go, but I can't figure out this next part. So can you come over here real quick and help?" It does not work like that. Chuck was saying that in order to access the higher power, and it kind of goes along with what I'm discovering about love being pain initially. You have to face the shadow. You have to look at all the dark parts of yourself first. And I'm like, well, I have been. That's exactly why I need the higher power, because I'm so horrified by it and tired of looking at it that I'm ready to do something about it. And I want to talk about the shadow and shadow work, and but because here's what's going on with me spiritually, if you want to call it that. When I left atheism for Satanism, even if it was fake or just a LARP or not a real religion or not a metaphysical one, whatever, it gave me something that atheism did not. Hey, Chuck, I'm going to be expanding on some of what we talked about last night, and if you have any more illumination, um, I'm ready for it. It gave me something that atheism did not. So I could not go back to just being an atheist. I've tried. I'm like, okay, I tried to say, let me just go back to be an atheist. But I couldn't. There was something missing from atheism that Satanism gave me. I didn't know what it was, but I knew that the Satanism hierarchy of values again was definitely providing something more or better than just the plain atheism. Well, recently, when I stepped away from the Satanism, and I did it just temporarily because in my mind, I was facing an evil or a potential for evil that was real and actual. And in the face of that, the only thing I could draw on to counter it was the good. It like kind of forced me in the position of the good once I was faced with real evil. And I don't know if the good is Jesus or Christ or the light or what, but I figure if I frame it in Christian terms, that's the mythology or the mythological framework that everybody or a lot of people in the modern Western world can relate to. So let me tie it into the language, the mythological language that most people speak. So in order to do that, I start thinking about sin. And I also start thinking about the parallels between Christ and Satan. There's so many. They're both very intimate with sin. Jesus was not a stranger to sin and above sin. He came into the world to take on the sins of mankind. He knew them as intimately as we know them when we're doing them or tempted to do them, and as intimately as Satan knows them. So Jesus is as involved with sin as Satan is. Um, they both, I've always seen Christianity as kind of the story or the myth of two sons and a dark father, and kind of a false rivalry between the two sons that didn't necessarily have to be. And another, well, we'll get to some of the other parallels as I go through I chatted with the AI about this, but for me, and kind of going along with the shadow work that Chuck was talking about last night, when I think of taking on sin, I was thinking in very specific terms, which is when I am angry, I am rageful, I'm vengeful, I want to punish and hurt. Justice, it's a very strong sense of justice. That's the higher value that got violated. But when I get triggered into that, or when because that reaction is usually a response to an action, and I'm ready to, like, my demon is awakened. Well, amoral is pretty dark, but the Father, like, if you analyze Yahweh himself, that is not a healthy, functional psyche. There's all kind of dark shit going on in that guy. And that's always been, like, when I've read the Bible, that's always been the impression it's made on me, is this God character does not seem like a nice person, a sane person, a stable person. It's not a model I would want to emulate. So why is that the one that's get elevated? But well, to me, good and evil are human terms anyway, not not cosmic or metaphysical, which means they're subjective. But getting back to the that when I am having a very unpleasant, negative experience with someone, and it's bringing out the worst part of me, when what I'm seeing in that person, some of it could actually be stuff that person is doing that has nothing to do with me. Because remember, we all have our patterns, and they interact and interlock and intersect. But some of what I'm seeing in that person and that reaction I'm having to what I'm seeing is things I am also guilty of or potentially guilty of. And there's just a hair that separates me from that other person. That's the kind of sin I'm talking about taking on or taking back. That in those moments, it's very tempting to punish that person for what seems like something that they're doing. But it's also a way to punish them for something that you're doing or potentially could do as well without you yourself having to experience the consequence of it. And that's something to guard against. And so for me, though, when I'm aware of that, and the other one is like over punishing is one of the temptations in those situations, and the other one is punishing the person for past experiences with similar people or actions. And it's very hard to, like, you want to punish them for the one thing they did, but you don't want them to pay extra because it's a chance to get back at so and so from 10 years ago who also did something similar. And so when I become aware of those temptations, for me it's a chance to take back that part of myself, kind of to integrate the shadow and say, it's this person right now that I'm directing this at and that I'm feeling this toward, but it could easily be me that somebody else is having that reaction toward. I am not that separated or different from what that person is doing right now. And I need to own that about myself. And that's the part about facing the shadow. As unpleasant as it is to face it in somebody else, it's amplified when you have to face it like right here in your own self. No wonder people repress it and project it. And so that's what I'm talking about when like it appears that there's sin in other people, and there may be. But not all of the sin is in other people, and it's an opportunity to find the sin within yourself as well, whether Satanist or Christian. I think Jesus and Satan overlap more than we realize. I'm discovering, and that there's power in both, either or both. So I want to go through the AI real quick. The first thing I asked it was this whole concept about taking on sin in the first place, about like Christ, Jesus being there to take on the sins of others and humanity. And it said that there's several overlapping layers of meaning to that concept. And so we'll look at some of them. The first one is the historical and ritual context. And this is interesting because this also overlaps with Satan. In the Jewish system, sin was often atoned for through animal sacrifice. And so they would transfer the sin to an animal, such as a goat, and then the goat was sacrificed. And it wasn't a magical ritual, it was kind of a symbolic ritual for that allowed the community to have closure and kind of put the sin, compartmentalize it, and then move on as a community. So it was more like psychological ritual. And the goat that carried the sin became the scapegoat. That's what a scapegoat is. It's the innocent that the rest of society puts their sins on, projects their darkness, their shadow on. That's why I call myself a shadow worker, because I've been a scapegoat my whole life. And the scapegoat archetype is one of the archetypes that show up in Satanism as well. So that's another overlap. Christ as lamb, as sacrifice, as scapegoat, Satan, scapegoat, the taking on the sins, the getting to being intimate with sin, the knowledge of sin, both of them. And so when the early Christians talked about Jesus taking on the sins or bearing the sins, that's the imagery they were drawing on, was the imagery of his being the ultimate scapegoat or sacrificial lamb, taking all of the consequences of all of the sins of all of the humans ever into himself as one final sacrifice. To what? Did it work? Because we still have the same sins. What was it supposed to cleanse them? I don't know. We might need to talk to God or go talk to the Pope or something. Hey, Nick. Pseudo history. I think fear is some of it. I think this is what I think. People can behave in very evil ways out of panic, out of fear, out of existential dread. I think that can be one of the underpinnings of evil actions, not necessarily malice, but sometimes fear. But the actions become just as evil. They're received just as evilly. Chris, I'm learning. There's demons in everybody. Just, you don't always see them. Not everybody shows you their demon. But when you see them, it's scary. It changes how you see that person. Okay. The next layer is the moral, psychological layer. So on another level, taking on sin means this to enter fully into the human condition. The pain, the guilt, the ignorance, the cruelty, the alienation, all of the darkness that we see here on YouTube. Just the worst that humans are capable of being. To enter into it, and here's the key, without being corrupted by it. It says Jesus does not avoid the ugliness of human life. He embraces it, and then he transforms it through, listen to these three qualities: compassion, forgiveness, and of course, love. And I've been thinking about compassion today, and I've even been tapping into some of it, and it is working as an antidote, short term, for some of this. If not the light, and if not Christ, compassion is at least subjectively a higher state or higher emotion to be feeling than the anger, the hurt, the pain. In that sense, to take on sin is not about punishment. It's about empathy. It's about knowing humanity, sympathizing. And when that's what the compassion I was talking about. It comes from the sympathy of what I was talking about earlier. When you recognize the sin in another as your own sin, the person becomes less of an adversary, less of an enemy, less of a threat, and more of a, it could have happened to either one of us. We're not that different. We're similar. I can sympathize with your situation. It could easily have been reversed. So it turns from like conflict into sympathy. When you take on part of that sin as your own, it ties you together in this common bond of sin, which maybe that's part of what led to original sin, the concept that we're all somehow tied together in the ability to act imperfectly or with evil. The third one is the theological layer, with sin being separation from God, sin being knowing the good or being able to choose the good and not choosing the good. It's a perverse choice to choose less than you're capable of, less than will actually make you feel the best, less than what will actually bring the best outcome for you and the people around you. So in a way, you're moving yourself down on the scale of values from good to bad. You're moving yourself away from good for. I kind of know some of the reasons because I've done it again. That, like I said, but that sin could be me. I am not that remote from some of these sins. Um, and this was interesting because it says that some Christian traditions interpret that as a substitution where Jesus comes in and takes the penalty that humans themselves are not able to pay. And it says other traditions, particularly in Eastern Christianity, see it more as a participation of God entering into the sin in order to transform it from within, not so much as a punishment or a payment, but to transform the sin into compassion, into forgiveness, and into love, into the higher qualities that will overcome and transcend the sin, which is what we were drawing on the higher power to try to do in the first place. It says not to satisfy divine wrath, but to restore harmony. And this is interesting. It says you might appreciate this connection. Jesus taking on sin is the ultimate act of servant leadership. He doesn't lead by dominance or avoidance. Avoidance is very important. But by bearing the burden of others, by willingly stepping into their suffering, their ignorance, and their failure, and carrying it with love. That's beautiful. I wish I could do that. I want to aspire to try to do that. I'm going to try to carry it with compassion. I think I can reach that, and possibly forgiveness at some point. It's he says it's a kind of moral gravity reversal that you take the downward path to lift others up. That's so that's so servant service. Wow, this is really profound and existential. Hello Bandit. And oh, I see you have a membership there. You'll have to come to our membership streams. I'm going to be doing more of them. Let's see, the demons. Yeah, they are no better. I don't know why people think angels are these benign angelic creatures. They are not your friend. So it says to take on sin means to accept the consequences of others' wrongs as if they were your own, which is what I started out saying. So me and the AI are aligned. Not to excuse them, but to absorb their impact with compassion, hopefully some understanding, instead of retaliation, compassion over vengeance. In that act, the cycle of harm stops with you. And that's what I was feeling lately. Like if somebody's got to step up and stand for something good and stop the cycle of drama loop, of conflict loop, all just something different. Somebody's got to step up with something different. So then I moved from that to the shadow work that Chuck was talking about, and that I was talking about when you recognize the sin in someone else as your own and as part of your own shadow. That gives you an opportunity to start to integrate that into your shadow. So it says in psychological terms, what Christianity calls sin often parallels what Jung called the shadow. It's the hidden, denied, or rejected aspects of ourselves, impulses, desires, fears, judgments that we can't or won't face. It's the parts of ourself that we don't want to know that is part of our. We don't want to know we are that. When we see it in somebody else, we don't always recognize that we're also that. But once we do, we don't really want to face it. I don't. It's hard. It's hard looking at things about yourself that fall short of where you think you are or should be, or imperfections about yourself. It says we disown them because they threaten our self-image, and then we unconsciously project them onto others, or even consciously. I'm very iffy on this unconscious thing because I think so much of what people call unconscious happens within consciousness. It's not happening invisibly off to the side. Um, the sinful people we condemn are often mirrors showing us what we refuse to acknowledge in ourselves. When you realize this, sin stops being something out there and becomes something within to recognize and reclaim, and also something that can tie you together. I'm not saying it's healthy to be tied to someone through sin. I'm just saying it's a chance for sympathy, if not compassion, which are always a good opportunity to exercise that higher virtue muscle. Jesus as the archetype of integration. This is another commonality with maybe not so much Satan but Baphomet, is that I didn't realize how integrated Jesus was. The masculine, feminine, the high, the low, the dark, the light, and the only thing he doesn't really have is the animal human. There's not much animalistic about Jesus, why I think we need a new masculine daddy Jesus for the men of today. But that'll that'll be AI. Me and AI will work on that. That'll be for our OnlyFans. Um, in that sense, the image of Jesus taking on the sins of the world can be seen symbolically as the divine consciousness. If there is one, I'm getting really skeptical. Embracing the totality of human experience, even the shadow. He doesn't reject or condemn it, he includes it. So that's that whole range we're talking about. Like at least being aware that you have the whole range and then choosing to try to use the better parts of it. And it seems easy, but it's probably like a lifelong practice and a lifelong discipline. So you have to find the motivation for doing it continually. What and for my motivation for it is it just feels so damn good. It feels good to be a better person. It feels good to transcend evil and darkness, and it feels good to help help be a part of society being better. For me, maybe I'm just wired. I like paying taxes too, so maybe I'm just wired weird. But you have to find your motivation for why you're doing it, and if you don't have it, or if it's not intrinsic, then maybe it's not the thing for you to do. Not everyone has to be virtuous. I mean, I think it's good if everyone tries to be good and pro-social, but not everyone has to take it to like a self-improvement extreme. Owning the projection. In practical terms, it's noticing when we're triggered by someone else's behavior, which is if you just check in with your body. My reactions happen so quickly. It's an entire like 5-act opera in about 0.0005 second. That's how much deep and complex emotion and storyline I can go through from one tiny reaction. That's that emotional depth and excitability. That's so normal with me. Um, when we judge, when we resent, when we despise, when we're angry, Instead of immediately blaming them, we can pause and ask, what part of me am I seeing in them? And that's the question that will pull the projection back home. This reaction that I'm having to what I'm seeing in this person, what out of that is also in myself? And it may not be all of it, because there's some things that people do that my mind just does not go. I would never think, say, or do something like that. But some things people do, I'm like, I have been this close. This close. That could be me. The wrong thing for breakfast that day could have made the difference between where they are right now and where I could have been. So those are the parts you want to look for and start to take back on. That's a good way to begin to face that shadow. The AI says it isn't self-blame, it's self-awareness, which is yes. We reclaim the energy that was trapped in moral outrage and we reintegrate it into our consciousness. In doing so, we become more whole, which to me is a good. Being more whole is better than being less whole. More compassionate and less reactive, which is more empowering. The less at the mercy of external stimuli, the more empowered you are to decide your actions in the moment. And then taking back your sin as transformation. To take it back is to stop exiling it, to stop keeping it on the other person, or stop focusing or emphasizing the manifestation of the other person and shift the focus to how it shows up in your own self. How it shows up in your past, how it might be showing up in your present, how it might show up potentially in situations in your future. So just shift your focus, because it's not only on the other person. They're just kind of like a mirror that's bouncing it to you right now. Take the opportunity to use that reflected light and image and see where it shows up in your own self. That's where the awareness is going to be most useful, because that's where you can apply it. Like it says that greed, that lust, that envy, that rage, it's mine too. And when you can hold that admission, when you can admit that with honesty and compassion, it loses the destructive charge. It takes that, it really does disempower it. We're talking about self-empowerment. That's another commonality between Satan and Christ, that empowerment. I think it's just a different type. But when you can do that and take the sin back, you take some of the power out of it from the other person and you restore it to yourself, and you are now more empowered over the emotion, over the reaction. So from a self-empowerment perspective, taking on the sin is a indispensable tool. Okay. And it says the energy that was once tied up in shame becomes available for understanding, creativity, and love, which feels good. It feels good to. I'm sorry. It just, to me, it feels good to love. It was a peak experience as a human when I had it at its height. All right. And it says in that sense, the cross itself can be seen as a symbol of integration. The intersection where the divine, which is the vertical, meets the horizontal, which is the human, where opposites are reconciled and the fragmented self becomes whole. And I went ahead and I put a cross on my keychain, and so I'm going to remember that interpretation. From projection to compassion, when you do this work, your view of others changes. That's also empowering. If you can control how you see someone, that gives you power. You're not at the mercy of just seeing them one way, whatever way comes to your brain first. You can see sin or shadow everywhere, but now without hatred or moral superiority. You can recognize that everyone is struggling with their own exile and their own inner fragmentation. Sometimes it's just hard to watch, and you want to help, and you feel powerless, and it is really hard. I've watched somebody that I love and care about very much die in front of my eyes. it's hard watching people degenerate. So you recognize that everyone is struggling with their own exile, their inner fragmentation, and it says that recognition is the forgiveness. That when you can see this common struggle or this common fractured psyche that we all share, like whose psyche is put together, who's not vulnerable to evil. That is the forgiveness because, and it says not as an abstract virtue, but as an act of seeing clearly. So forgiveness can be a perspective, a way of seeing that then leads to, I guess, a set of emotions, an emotional circuitry becomes unlocked, and then the ability to act out of that. And it becomes a byproduct of integration, it says. You've taken back your own darkness. You stop needing to condemn others for theirs. All right. Um, I guess that's all I want to give today. I will put the link. We can come up. Ah, hang on. I did something weird. What's going on with my computer? All right. Let me get the comments too. And Chuck, once again, I want to hear your thoughts. All right. There we go. All right. Let's get our guest going. Ooh, you get a plus today.
I don't know why I don't have a
Welcome.
avatar. Why is it just a plus?
I don't know. I've never seen that. There it
Oh,
is.
it's not there. Now we go to creepy guy.
Oh, let's see. Who is this? A politician?
Yeah, a politician,
He
but
is creepy.
he is. But let's not.
He looks like an evil Sherlock Holmes.
Good point. I hadn't seen him that way. Although I do. I don't think it's good to call people evil. Although his actions maybe point him that way, but
Is it someone you admire or someone that you're
no, no,
trying to
no.
publicly shame?
No, I'm not trying to publicly shame him. I don't like him, but I just thought this photo was cool. Uh, and that sort of, I think it's good to live life with a bit of levity and be able to not be so serious all the time. So even though I really dislike this politician, I think still this is a cool image. Why wouldn't I do it? Just go with the flow. And when you get caught up in all the seriousness, then you
Yeah,
can
it's just
only see the
aesthetics,
world
man.
through seriousness. You
Right.
need to be able to be a little silly. That's why all the fairy tales of the past, all the wisdom of our forefathers, it's always about treating the seriousness of life with whimsy. That's the way to be, that you need to be functional, you need to be strong, you need to be capable, you need to be loving, but you also need to have this little whimsy in you, this levity, this looseness of spirit. And I think that is an ideal to live by, both that dual aspect of irony and seriousness, and not letting either one dominate. If you become too loose, too disconnected from reality, then you live in nothing. And if you're too serious, then then your life is dark and sad. And
Do you think serious people know that, or is it just normal to them to be because they don't know what they're missing?
I think both. I think if
Because to
they,
us, it looks like a pretty dull
yeah,
life. I wouldn't want to live it, but to
well,
them,
it
it's probably
depends
all they
on
know.
if they sit down and think about the past, because everybody as a child has that. This is like Nietzsche says, or like a lot of Christians, you shouldn't discard childhood entirely. even as an adult, you should embody a lot of traits of children. And a big problem of most people is that they wait way too long to realize that they shouldn't have abandoned everything when they became adults. I know quite a few people, my friends, well, not my friends, but a few people I've seen, acquaintances, who the instant they turned like 14 and began middle school, they just lost all their childishness. They just
Oh
became
yeah.
straight adults, and it seems so
I've
dull.
seen that with friends that go away to college and then
Yeah,
like join the bougie professions.
yeah. And, so you need to be like the hero in a fairy tale. You'll go save the princess, but on the way you'll still stop by to drink some, some booze
Some
with some
mead.
trolls or whatever. You'll do both. You'll like the hobbits in Tolkien. They'll be running from evil ring wraiths, but they'll still have a drinking binge at the Prancing Pony. They'll integrate that,
The
and I
prancing
think
pony. That's what I should rename this.
yeah, but I think that's sort of a good ideal,
Hey,
is the
IG.
ability
Good
to
to
do
see you.
both. And
Well,
and
speaking of ideals, I think Nick was in the chat making the comment that Christ is sort of an ideal, like not necessarily a metaphysical deity, but one of the higher ideals that Western culture has produced. It definitely seems to be a civilizing force, if nothing else. Christ has the power to, well, civilize Vikings, for instance,
I would say
entire
moralize.
tribes of savage barbarians.
I would say moralize, because I think there's a difference between civilization and morality. He moralizes people into a more compassionate, less godly. This is what I find funny or interesting, but when I look at Christ and the impact of Christianity, it seems to make the societies it impacts less godly. It's more human, more humane.
Wait, say that again. I didn't hear.
It's less godly. It's more human, more humane. It goes,
Christianity is?
yeah. Like when it comes to Rome, Rome stops being a society about
Oh,
human
come back!
compassion, and it
Whoever's
stops being a society about
backstage, I was about to let you
Jupiter
in.
or Zeus and the empire, and it becomes about the normal person. And so it sort of brings the scale of morality down to the average person. Now, even in the Vikings, the role of morality is more about the elite, not necessarily an elite caste, but like the 1% of population. They are the ones who are the focus. Everything is about them and their relation with God, and everybody should try to move that way and emulate them. But Christianity sort of brings it back to the average person. It's a
Oh
very
yeah, like the connection between
individualistic.
all of us.
Yes, so that's what I mean when it's less godly. It goes away from this,
Yeah,
yeah, which is ironic since it's probably the most godly religion there is, in that it's one of the few monotheistic ones. It's, I mean, it's
I
the
don't
only.
consider Christianity monotheistic. There's an awful
Well,
lot of deities in there for monotheism.
yeah, but that depends on your definition of monotheistic. If there is
Mono
an
and
all-knowing, all-powerful,
theos.
all-being deity in the back, which everything emanates from, like this is why it's more monotheistic than like the Persians and their Mithraism, which it's
Yeah,
there's
well, the
two
the
emanating
Hebrews pretty
deities.
much invented
Yeah,
modern monotheism.
yes, they did, and that differs from
But then I think
most religions.
Christianity took that monotheism and expanded it back into a polytheism, especially when
Yeah,
they were starting to merge it with the pagan religions.
yeah, and I mean that's because it's a necessity. Only a very small percent can be satiated religiously from like abstract concepts of an all-knowing God. The most people require something more personal, which is again why I think Jesus was necessary for it to spread, because only the Jews have a personal connection to God the Father, but every human alive has a personal connection to Jesus the Son. And so that was sort of a
So
necessary
it like
evolution.
expanded the franchise to
Yeah,
all the rest of humanity.
yeah. Like divinity needs to be something that you can have both in society around you and also something you can have within you. And only the Jews could have God the Father because, they're the chosen people. But with Jesus, he can replace everything. He can replace every people and everything because there's no other religion which was more personal, like except if you were something like the Oracle of Delphi, there's or the Pope. Well, okay, that's Christian, but you get what I mean. Like, unless you were that close to the top of the religion, there's no way to have a more personal relationship, and it's very appealing to people. People want that. People want to feel as if they're
Yeah, I
participating
I
in
think
divinity.
people are looking to connect with something higher within themselves that they can sense and experience. They don't just want some remote authority that gets translated to them from like afar.
Yeah. I mean, that's I don't know who said it. Probably a lot of people have said it, but that Christianity is Platonism for the masses. In that, philosophers and the 1%, they can be fine with a very abstract divinity like in Platonism, but for the masses to actually accept that type of
Platonism
religion,
was a
you need
huge
more.
influence on
Oh
early
yeah,
Christianity and its morality. I
yeah.
mean,
I mean,
Socrates and virtue ethics. You can see, like Christianity was like the next iteration
yeah.
of that because it built on that.
But Platonism alone isn't something that, a farmer in the middle of Hispania who can't read,
Well,
like,
Plato was the first theologian. He developed theology way
yeah.
before Christianity came along.
I'm not saying he did
Theology
otherwise.
is a
I'm just saying
Greek
that,
invention.
yeah, I'm just saying that Christianity was a way of translating this to the masses, translating the
There's something
synthesis.
appealing about thinking that you're not going to die and continue forever and
Yeah.
ever and ever.
Well, the Vikings, they thought there was something appealing about dying. The highest honor was dying a glorious death. People would look forward to dying. The death was the greatest adventure. It was the greatest virtue. Everybody had a slated death, and it's your job to either resist
I'm
fate
not
as
in a
much as you can
rush.
or live in it.
Someone else can go first. I'll wait my turn.
No, I'm not afraid of dying necessarily, but I do have that Viking instinct. I want my death to be impactful, to be great. I want a great death. I don't want to die.
Don't do some like internet thing, terrorist act or something.
No, no, no. You can't
All right.
get. Well, that's not greatness. That's
I think in their
something.
minds they think it is. I think they think notoriety is and renown is greatness.
Yeah, well, that's because they prioritize infamy above all else, and they are usually religious thinking in a way. But I don't know. I want to die in a cool way, an interesting way. Like it could be something as
Like a hippo.
mundane. That could be cool, but it could be something as mundane as like what's his name, the American author who was born on the day of Halley's Comet, and then 75 years later he died on the day of Halley's Comet.
Oh, you want something like that?
Yeah, that could also be cool, like something mythic. I don't know, or it could be in battle. Maybe
But
Valhalla
you'll
is
never
going to
know,
be.
really.
No, well, I
You'll
know
be
that
like, oh, on your way out, you'll be like, oh, I hope it's a cool one.
I know my death is fated. That's all I know. I don't know how it is, but I trust that I can make it impactful and
Do
make it
you
great.
have terror threat management thing symptoms?
Uh no,
Oh.
maybe.
I
Uh
mean, I guess you don't know until you're like at that point because
no.
it can
Yeah.
kick in.
That's something you'll learn throughout life. But as a side note and tangent, funerals are beautiful. And I think they
Some
really deliver. Uh like my I my grandma died a few weeks ago, which I think we talked about. But like that funeral basically removed all like it gave me very much closure, you know. It's something really powerful,
Hmm.
and I think it's both powerful for us, you know, burying a person and being recipients of the funeral, but also the person who died, because that will automatically make their death meaningful. And I think every person wants to know that they will go out in a way that calms others or helps them, or you know, they lie at rest in a way that they would have wanted. And so there's something really beautiful about funerary
It
rituals. And a few days ago, I saw a video on the YouTube of a Mongolian musician who was throat singing out an open step by where his father was buried. And like it's so alien of a burial tradition to what I'm used to, but there was something immediate connection. You know, I you felt it instantly that this is the same thing. Honoring the dead is both a benefit for the living and for the dead. Oh, and
except the
yeah,
dead don't know, because that's my thing. Like it
well,
would.
you know
I'm thinking in
beforehand.
my mind, yeah, it's nice to have all of that, but I'm not gonna ever really know, so
Well,
I can't
you will know,
control it.
Jeff. If you will know, you know beforehand, it gives you a calmness in life. I am calm knowing that I will get a dignified end no matter what. That
But you're
is
not
something.
gonna know. You're not gonna be there to see it, so it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
well, we don't know that. We don't know
I'm
that.
pretty sure you're not.
Yeah, well,
You, I can't get past the whole brain consciousness thing. So if you can figure out a way to be there and not have a brain while doing it,
I don't know. I think that there's definitely something more than a material, because the material is
yeah,
bereft
I
of
think so
inherent
too,
meaning.
but not necessarily more than the natural.
No, I think it must be something regarding consciousness, and I do think that maybe not my individuality, but something of my consciousness does persist in everything I touch and everything I act and everything I do, and will persist after me as well. Maybe not something that a person or a ghost or whatever, but there will be uh, emanations, you know, like the universe. Even you can still see things that happened billions of years ago on how it impacted
There'll
everything
be like a
else.
little light of Dobes somewhere
Yeah,
off, light years from.
a tiny ripple of hope
Yeah, there. Even if
emanating
that's
from
true,
me.
there might be. You're not gonna know it or be aware of any of it. So why does it matter?
Well, I trust it. I put my faith in it, and from
Oh,
me putting my faith in that there's something more, I gain closure in life, which allow me to act way better and have a better life. You know, why wouldn't I put my faith in something that
because it's
will?
blind.
Well, everything is blind. You have
I
to.
guess
You
that is
always
there any
have a
is yeah right is there not non-blind faith? All faith is blind.
you. Yeah, you already have a an extremely illogical faith-based assumption that reality exists. You know, but who are you to say that that is logical? You just assume that because you were born and you grew up that way. There's nothing inherent about existence that makes it, you know, logical in a way. And so why I think that
I never
there is
thought
something more.
existence was logical. I just thought it
No,
just is. It's not a
it just
category that
is,
you could
but it is
apply.
a faith-based assumption that it is at least something outside of yourself, and everything you live, everything you do is based on faith at the core. Maybe not like it doesn't have to be much, but there has to be faith at the bottom for reality to function. And so if
Well,
there's
it's
already,
faith based on experience, which is the reliability of a predictive model, and that's different than just a blind faith in the unknown. Like I have no idea what's in this black box, but I'm going to just believe that it's this.
yeah, just believe, Jeff. Believing helps you.
Whereas the faith you use on a day-to-day basis to live, you know what's in the black box. It was the same thing that was in the black box last time you tried to do the thing.
I think it's a point of tension here is primarily that I not tension, that sounds horrible, but that I view it more in its function than its coherence, in a way that, if faith produces a life way better than a
Yeah.
life without faith, then why wouldn't I have faith? It's a blind leap of faith, which, there's no downsides. Why wouldn't
I
I?
guess for me, I'm just too conscious that that's what I'm doing. And so
Yeah.
I'm aware of having the faith for practical reasons and also the cognitive process of why I'm doing it that way.
Well, I struggle with that a lot the past year or two. That, I've been learning more and more that there's the way I'm thinking is not necessarily fruitful for a good life, a meaningful life. But taking that leap of faith into anything, I was illogical, and I was struggling. And at the end, now I'm just, you know,
I
have
mean,
that bit of
why do
whimsy.
you say that? You seem to be on a pretty good path. You're a college student.
Well, yeah, but I'm thinking long term and internally. My internal mind is just as much of an adventure as my external life, and and and
Do you
yeah,
have a next step, or are you just going to wait till college, like figure that out at your last year of college?
I do not know. I will
Oh,
take it as it comes. I will accept what fate throws at me.
okay.
I am a bit fatalistic in that way. That I don't. I have a
Because you have a
tendency.
chance to kind of direct it a
Yeah,
little bit somewhere,
yeah, I
which you're
do.
kind of doing just by having a major.
Yeah, and I mean, by every act of life, you are directing your own fate, at least in some way.
I think
Unless
so.
you believe in an all-knowing, all-powerful deity that has laid out
No, I
everything
think
beforehand.
I think it's like board games. People make decisions, they make moves, and then other people make counter moves in reaction to those moves, or they make choices in reaction to the choices that other people around them are
Yeah,
making. And I think it's this interlocking network of choice making and agency.
and the question then becomes: does this collective agency become an emergent agency? Like, does it stay just a phenomenon of everybody, or does it become a phenomenon of
Like a
itself?
superorganism?
Yeah, like,
I don't
is
know.
like an egregore that the thought patterns and the
What do
beliefs
you
of.
think? I don't know, honestly. I can see both. I can see all the possibilities.
I think that, I mean, and I am an idealist. I do I at least view material and psychic reality as equal, but I might put the psychic or reality above. And I do believe that it's illogical for there not to be a sort of human agency at the top. Because I do think, I disagree with a lot of Gnostics, but as above, so below is a fundamentally true statement, I think. In most cases, the lesser mirrors the greater. Like, reality is symmetrical. And if we, as the lowest part of agency, are human and are conscious like this, I don't understand. I don't think it's illogical to assume that the top might also be conscious. And I don't think it's. I don't
But
know if it.
what we are the top. What's higher than us?
Well, that's the question. Are we the top or are we the bottom? But
Well,
I
what
think
else?
we
Do
are
you see
bottom.
anything else other than
Well, this,
us
Jeff, this is the
outside of your
classic
imagination?
society, culture, humanity question we've had a lot of times. I do think there is divinity in this
Oh
world.
yeah, like something higher than the individual.
Yeah,
Like
I
even community or even like in a relationship, do two people become more than just a single one of them? And I think in a way that yes, they do. People do become greater than themselves through relationships, through community, through participating in societies. I think there's a certain scale at which you become de-individualized and even dehumanized. But I
I'm not.
think it does
No,
happen
you.
on the lower scales.
I don't think you become de-individualized. You create something more together, which
But
you're
it's
both
less the
embedded
thing you're
in.
creating. I'm thinking of cities, like big cities. The thing you're creating to me is less human than the humans doing the creating.
Yes and no. You could argue that it's more human because it's based on the shared commonalities of all the humans. Is a family more or less human than its individual members?
But I think families they have more of an effect because they're more visible, like their role as a unit, their functionality is more obvious in in rural settings, in suburbs, in smaller communities than in something like a city where
Well,
there's a
is that
thousand families
pathology,
around you that look more or less alike. There's nothing about familyness that really stands out at that point.
but is that something to do or a pathology of cities and civilization in general, or is it about the modern one? Because I think if you look at
Is it not
something
what?
like
What's the last one?
the modern one,
I think it's just scale. I think at a certain scale, you lose resolution.
yes, but I don't know. I think if you look at something
I
like
think
a
okay,
medieval
maybe something like a
society,
sporting event, like where a large city will all come out to support a team or a concert, or so. Then you have that mass communion on a larger scale than what you could experience in a community. But I don't know beyond that. Maybe nationalism.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that I believe that humans in groups and that even in great sizes have an emergent eusociality. That, like an ant hive or ant hill, the the hive or the whole sort of group is, well, that's the thing. It's eusociality. It's sort of, it's
But
not
it's not.
individual.
It's. I think you're moving to the abstract at that point because it's nothing that I can, other
Yeah,
than
but I don't know.
indirectly
I
through
think the
its
abstract is
effects,
still
I
human.
can't be aware of that totality as an individual. So it's going to take a consciousness beyond the individual to fully be able to observe it and see it for its own thing.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think it's impossible to see the whole thing, but I do think it's more than just us. But that's we have diverged quite a bit. Uh, but I do. You know, I don't know about you because your discussion earlier seems different from how we've talked a long time ago. But I at least am much firmer now than before that I do believe in divinity. Not any classical divinity, like not Christianity, not Islam, God forbid, or not paganism, but I do believe there is something that I would define as divinity, which I think religious people would also define as divinity. Um, but I'm still unsure of what it
What
is.
is it, and do you know how to draw on it? Like, do you know how to interact with it, experience it?
Yeah, I think that it's, well, religion is one way. Like religions of the past, all of them are all reflections of people contemplating divinity. And so that's certainly, like, I draw on that a lot. My personal development is not that philosophical. Like, I love philosophy, but it's not that philosophical. The main sources are religions, Christianity or classical civilization and their religions, and of course Norse paganism. Like, I have
Hmm.
my whole view on fate and greatness is basically a merger of Norse paganism and Greek paganism. And like morality, that's more Norse and Christian, whatever. Like, I do think that that's a way to interact with divinity, but I don't know. I view divinity more as probably a substrate of reality and not necessarily some moral force of the universe. And
Wait, say
like,
that again. That got really woo on me.
uh, I think divinity is more like the substrate of reality than a
Like a
moral force.
physical, like physicists will be able to eventually discover it when they get
No,
deep enough in the atom.
no, I'm an idealist.
Oh.
It's above the physical. The physical is a reflection of that, and maybe or a creation of that. I don't know.
So then it's just consciousness.
Well, yes, but just consciousness. That word just doesn't belong
Well, to
beside
distinguish
consciousness.
it from divinity, something is awesome and sounding as divinity, existing as a substrate of reality when really what you're talking about is just consciousness.
No, it's not. Well, I don't know. I don't view consciousness as just human awareness. I think it is
So
more like the
sentience.
universe. I don't know, Jeff. I haven't.
Because to me, if rocks have it, or plants have it, or something, then scientists are going to eventually find if it's unless rocks are that mystical.
Maybe science.
Then we get into crystal waving.
True. No, maybe it's.
But I think there's value to humans in believing whether there is this divinity as a
Yeah,
substrate or not. There's probably value to pretending that there is or imagining that there is
yeah. I mean, if there wasn't, I wouldn't believe
as an
it.
artistic premise.
Yeah.
Or-
I mean, I am Darwinian in that sense, that survival of the fittest. The ideas which don't produce fitness in life are worthless. Like, in the long run, uh, I think that what is true is what is effective. Now, I know that there's multiple truth definitions. Like, there is a truth which is that which produces correct results, and then like more objective truth. And it's annoying that in Norwegian and all the Germanic languages, you would have two words for that, two words for knowledge, and one of them would be more about truth as it is effective and truth as it is objective, whilst English has lost that sort of
yeah,
Darwinian
that's
truth.
why I keep having to talk about the different types of truth and what do we
Yeah,
mean when we say truth.
that's annoying. Like, couldn't you just have multiple words? But you know what I mean. If it isn't like what is effective is in some sense what is true, and whilst I don't, there's not a perfect overlap between objective truth and like Darwinian truth, but there is an overlap because Darwinian logic would assume that to be oriented properly inside an objective reality would be make you fit. If your eyes didn't properly show you reality, you would get eaten by
But
another
there's so
fish.
many ways to show that, like, to be adjusted and adapted to it. There's not even just eyes.
There's so many ways, and that's why it's not an objective thing, because it's not singular. It's, I don't know if you could even call it truth. It's just logic. It's just a type of logic, Darwinian logic. Just what is effective, what can iterate, what can replicate, whatever. And I think
Yeah,
there's something of that.
natural would get selected
Yeah,
naturally.
and I think there's something of that in every single living creature. And when I look at a tree, I do. I'm not like a hippie, like, oh, I sense the connection with the tree
You're starting to
life
sound like
and its
one.
spirit. But I do like see some sort of kinship that we are both truthful beings.
Like what
I
the heck? What?
don't, again, you gotta understand that this is the first time I've tried to articulate
All
thoughts that
right,
have been in my mind for ages and
I'll
that
be
are still
gracious.
very very loose. I don't know. There's just
I was a big crystal waver at one point, so this is good. Talk about taking back your sins. This will be good for me.
oh no, there's maybe I'm just being too obnoxious, too Germanic, and what I'm actually looking at it's just life. Just life itself
Oh, because the
is
Germans like to intellectualize everything and
yeah,
make it all abstract.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
So that could be it. But I do have my pretensions that life is a reflection of this, not that life is all there is. Uh, and I realize now I'm
Oh,
still
that's
confusing
interesting.
you.
That there's an ultimate reality beyond this one, beyond life. And to me, life is the pinnacle. I can't see anything beyond this. It's so amazing and clearly a pinnacle that anything beyond it would just be an inference based on life itself.
Yeah, that is the big mind breaker. Because, how we can conceptualize things that aren't alive as things that are alive, but can we conceptualize something that's outside of those two categories? Uh, so
Like
that's
energy is as close as I can get, but then that's
yeah, but
very close to life.
yeah, it is, but it's also very close to unlife. It's sort of this. It can be both depending on your perspective. Life. This
Well,
is
life, I associate life with being A, earthbound, B, carbon
yeah,
based, and
yeah,
C, like self replicating. It has this internal momentum that perpetuates its identity as an organism.
yeah. I mean, again, I am Germanic. This could just be me over intellectualizing something that life is life, bro. Just shut up and enjoy life. That just life is life. Be an Italian. Just relax on the beach and look
Yeah,
at the
or a
trees and say
Cajun, joie de
amore,
vivre,
amore.
laissez les bon temps rouler. Just
Oh
enjoy it.
yeah,
Live for the moment. You only get it
yeah.
only goes by this one time. Get the most out of it that you can. Quit. Don't waste time.
Well, then again, then there's Nietzsche. If eternal recurrence, if
Yeah,
imagine that this is
I
going to
love that.
happen an infinite amount of time, like what would you do? Do the
Embrace
thing that
every
you would,
moment
yeah. And
and
so
learn to
it's
love every moment so then when you relive it again, you love it that much more each time. And it just
it's a
keeps affirming your life every time.
it's a very powerful idea.
It is.
I
I
must
use it
say.
often. It helps for it. That's one thing I use for my own development because it helps fortify me as a person to go back and relive my memories and like reaffirm them as yes, this is the good. This is the best thing about life at this time, and I
I'm
got to
scared of
experience
using
it.
it. I'm legitimately scared about applying it to my life because I'm
About
worried
what?
that applying eternal recurrence to my life, looking at my life, that if this event was going to happen a million times, what would I do? Because I think that I would be so changed, and I'm scared of that. Uh,
You're scared of being changed?
no, but I like me. I
It
like
it
the way I am now, and so I'm scared that if I am forced to reckon with this being an eternally recurring thing, that I would no longer be me because I cannot enjoy this an eternal
it's
amount of time.
both. You're gonna be you, but you're also gonna be a different you than you are now, but you're still gonna remember being the you are now. And to me it gets better. It just keeps adding layers. It doesn't you don't lose anything. You just keep adding and expanding. It turns from like a little fuzzy sketchy picture to this really sharp, vivid, detailed picture reality. And every time you go back and do it, it keeps adding more and more layers, more and more emotion, keeps getting grounded into it, etc. So to me, it just keeps getting better. It doesn't, you are changed and you're aware that you're changed, but it's not any kind of barrier. You're like looking at the same event as two consciousnesses. Maybe that's what the Trinity is. And you're aware of both of them because you remember your previous conscience when the event was happening, but you also are aware of the consciousness that's reviewing the event. You have both at the same time, but one is more of a memory, and one is happening real time.
You know something funny? When you mentioned Trinity, I immediately got a gut reaction to just, that's a good topic. That's fun. And, begin talking about that. But, that is just a way of me trying to escape, escape this in
Escape
a
to the
way.
Trinity.
Yeah. I mean,
Look
I
over
know
there.
most,
Let's talk
yeah,
about Trinity.
most people would like,
It's the Holy Ghost.
yeah, they wouldn't want to talk about that. But to me, that is more natural and more comfortable to
Well, we can
say.
definitely talk about it because I still try to understand it. But what are you trying to escape with it
Well,
or by?
again, this idea of change of myself. I mean,
Oh,
it's I do have, like, I don't remember much of my childhood, and that's the same for most people. Like, childhood memories are biologically designed to degrade, so you replace them with adult ones, whatever. But there is some part of that I
oh my
am
God, I remember
remembering
mine.
less and less of who I used to be. And whilst I'm happy with who I am now, that's only because I am the one I am now. Like, would 17-year-old me like who I am now?
But
Uh,
I mean, you're in control of your life. Just keep making choices that keep you happy with yourself. Even as you change, you can at least be happy with the changes. Now, there are going to be some things that are going to happen to you that you're not going to have control over that are going to be bad, that you're going to have to roll with.
yeah,
But to the things that you do have control over, you can just make sure you're always doing the things that keep you pursuit of happiness. Do you have that over
that
there?
is that is difficult. That is a task, to be direct in life. At least to me, is my biggest struggle, is to be, to not just go with the flow, to actually self-direct my life and employ my willpower. That is my biggest struggle. I have very weak willpower. I It's barely there. It doesn't exist.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I It's just that, you know I I know enough. I am natural enough in so many fields that, as long as I can orient myself in that direction, then just going in with the flow will be enough. But, forcing myself to change, is difficult.
Well, you don't
Change.
have to force yourself to
No, no,
change.
but you get what I mean. Even like anything to do with willpower is something I've always struggled with, and
Well,
it's
maybe not willpower, but just will, just the ability to envision a desire or a goal and
no,
then
I no, no,
act on
no.
it.
It is willpower. I have the will. I just don't have the power to act upon that will.
Yeah, you do.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
I
if
I
you
mean,
don't, who does? It's in you somewhere. It's got to be, or you wouldn't be able to do anything.
it is in me. It's currently locked away. It is my hero's journey for my 20s and 30s.
Oh.
It's. I mean,
Well,
I
luckily
know
you're
my.
talking to a self-empowerment coach. I know
Yeah.
that's what I do is I help people find exactly where
Yeah.
it's locked away
I
so
mean,
they can start using it.
my dad, he tried to suggest, because we've talked about this a lot. Like, he tried to suggest, go to a psychologist, go get some pills, whatever. And I'm like, no, this is my journey, man. This is like, I don't want no cheap solution.
I'm the
I
hero, not
this
you.
this is my hero's journey. This is what's gonna give me meaning. Struggling with this for the next few years, and when I eventually overcome it, I probably get another struggle. Who knows? But that's what makes life worth living. Having that journey,
I
having that
I
mission.
think as much as I hate it, and I wish I could do without it and avoid it. I think some struggle if you're struggling, there's an opportunity to get to a next level as a result of it. So I think sometimes to get places, you just have to go through struggle that you would want to avoid otherwise.
And not just that, but also unlock yourself. I know you're a bit too old, and probably the entire audience is a bit too old but
45 to
but
55 is my top
but
demographic.
yeah, but when I
Gen
was
X,
born, there
baby.
was this cartoon series which is very famous. Basically, my entire generation grew up with it, called Avatar: The Last Airbender, which is
I've heard of
basically
it.
Westerners designing a story about like set in the East and like based on Eastern philosophy and practices, and it's like a perfect hero's journey because the whole adventure is external struggle unlocks inner potential. It's all about this. You have it internally, but you have to unlock it. And it is something you do. You can't do it externally, but you can also do it internally. But like it's
Yeah.
this the unity of the external and the internal, and that the potential isn't out there to grab, it's in you to unlock.
But you can use external opportunities to help unlock it.
Yes, of course. The external reality is the environment in which you maneuver and you act. And, as above, so below. What you do in the external reality reflects in the internal. If you, like, this is, if you're a military man, fighting in combat will probably unlock some stuff, some abilities you didn't think you had that in meditation could never do.
Right. The military unlocks a lot of stuff. I mean, that's a good example. Welcome, Mr. Volt. Here's somebody else that wanted to come and talk about sin because you have an actual background in it, I understand.
Oh, because I sin.
Because you sin and you
No.
study it
Um,
or talk
sorry, I
about it
wasn't.
or something.
Um, you know, there's this idea, and it brought up. You guys sort of touched on it last time about what exactly are human beings compared to, let's say, other animals. Um, it's interesting. Us humans, we're the only species which can alter our natural evolution. We don't adapt to our environment. We adapt our environment to us. And this also means that we actually do have the ability to know right from wrong. We can choose to do things which go against basic evolution. For example, we can blow ourselves up. Um, and this idea, so you say, well, Jesus comes down and, he absolves of all our sins. And then you get eternal life. But what does eternal life actually mean? Would you want eternal life? That's a question.
No, that's one of my nightmares. That's one thing that creeps me out about heaven. Is
Yeah,
the idea of
because
just being up there forever and ever and ever with no end.
and if you live forever, there are no morals whatsoever. They don't exist. I mean, you can spend half of infinity, whatever that means, being the worst person in the world, and then you can spend the other half of infinity, trying to be Christ-like. It's our limited existence in this universe which actually forces us to
It gives it meaning.
it gives it meaning, and you have the choice to do bad and you have the choice to do good. And
And
I said,
either one's going to give you meaning. Bad can give your life plenty of meaning. It's just what kind of meaning you want your life
yeah,
to
what
have in it.
and that's why, I mean, this whole idea of Jesus and God, and I mean, remember, I mean, these are all human projections. To me, it's not something supernatural. um I mean, quite frankly, the universe is just too large to have a God who really worries about, what you do on your day-to-day life. But the idea of morality, though, people say, well, if you don't have religion, how do you have morality? It's, the fact that for this tiny vertex in time, the atoms in my body sort of arrange themselves to give me life, or what I perceive as life. And then one day they will expire. The actual stuff which I'm made of won't ever go away. I mean, you're as old as the universe, but I like to think that, and you're sort of unique for this short amount of time. And what Jesus says is you have the ability to choose right from wrong, um, which actually gives your life meaning. I mean, eternal life is meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. Um, and,
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, I'm coughing.
and essentially during your life, I mean, you try to always be, or you should, I mean, it's difficult, even I struggle with it, to be more than sort of the sum of your parts. And it's impossible to ever reach that level of
Oh, take
perfection.
take care, Dobes. Um, what do you because you do like you play with your dark side and stuff. W- what do you do about sin and the shadow and facing
Well, I don't
yourself?
really. I was listening to the shadow thing. I didn't quite understand what that meant, but um,
Just integrating your dark side that you normally try to put on everybody else.
yeah, no, I mean, the best I can do is try to recognize it and um, sort of accept it, and it's part of trying to make yourself better than some of your parts. I mean, I have failings. I can lose my temper. I do this. I don't like when I do it. Um,
Yeah, I don't
as
like
far
when
as
I
the
do it
other
either.
sort of generic Christian values, I don't steal, I don't kill, I don't do anything like that. Um,
Thou shalt not troll.
yeah, well, I realize I didn't really, I've said this before. I don't. There's a big difference between being an a-hole and being a troll. Um, one of my friends right now is currently being trolled, and it's like that's a troll, but just making fun of somebody is not really a troll. And yeah, I mean, I can be a bully, and I don't like it, but I try to recognize when I do things wrong. And when similar variables affect your life again, you just hope you will make a better choice than you did last time. Um,
I
and
guess
it's that
so. I mean, I
struggle which gives
guess.
life meaning. The struggle yields its own rewards. But I mean,
Yeah, maybe so. Sometimes you know where the struggle's going, and sometimes you don't know where it's taking you. It just feels like struggle.
yeah, it does.
Hey, Leggy.
I mean, I think humans sort of need to suffer. I don't know why, but uh, I was watching this video about supposing that the Black Plague never came to Europe and how different our society would be. Um, it probably, we wouldn't be here in the United States. I mean, the world would look completely different. It was, all of that horrid pain which Europe went through, which then developed new technologies to overcome that, and here we are. Had it not happened, we might have become complacent.
So it
And
stimulated uh, growth.
yeah, I've always said, I mean, the worst part about humans is we get really fracking creative when it comes to warfare. I mean, what we're doing right
I
now,
mean, COVID did that in a way. We made all kind of changes and modifications
yeah,
for COVID that we decided we liked better, and we're still doing them.
yeah.
It's a new norm.
I haven't gone to a grocery store in like 4 years. Um, unless I think, with the exception of like picking up something small because I need a rock star, but
Yeah,
and
I
that's
didn't
all
leave my
COVID.
house for 5 years.
I don't. I hate going to restaurants now. I like getting everything at home. Um, even when it comes to movies, there's this new movie I want to see, but I keep dragging my feet because eventually it's going to be on. You can watch it at home, and quite frankly, watching a movie at home is a lot more fun.
Me, I think so too. Which movie?
Tron,
Oh, I keep hearing about that. Tron 2.
yeah, I'm sure it's probably not good, but I want to go because it's the music, and I like Tron, and
I'm
uh,
surprised they didn't call it Tran.
Tron. Tron actually is I think it might be from Fortran or something. Tron means trace on. It's a command, and I forgot the
Oh,
programming language.
in
So that's
Basic
in
or something.
some language,
Because
whatever.
that was 82, the original.
I think so.
Basic.
Yeah, it was way back then. I am
Yeah,
kind of.
82.
I have to acknowledge the fact that Daft Punk did do a better soundtrack with the last Tron movie. Um, Even though
Has there
Nine Inch
only
Nails.
been the one other than this one?
There've been three, so they had the
Oh, I
'82
didn't know
one,
about Tron 2.
yeah, and then they had Tron. I think it was Tron Legacy,
Oh.
which had really good music. That was the highlight of that movie.
Who
Um,
did the soundtrack to that?
Daft Punk did it.
Oh, I love Daft Punk.
Yeah, and I was just
Oh, I have to
complaining.
check it out then. Yeah.
Yeah, that one actually, it's the music, and yeah, I was complaining about, like, I mean, I like Trent Reznor and like his sound and all of this, but there was this Tron Legacy. Daft Punk made a motif. Like, movies have to have motifs. Like, your main character has a small musical cue. The
Yeah,
bad
I
guy
want to
has his
get
musical
motifs for
cue.
all of us.
I can write my
We
own
need a
motif.
motif.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I'd love that. I want motifs for everybody.
Um, Yeah, I was gonna do that when and then Mr. P was around because he always plays music when people come on, and it's like
That's what I
Then I
want. I
thought it was
want some production
I thought it was
on this
really
channel.
egotistic to write one's own music, but I
No,
guess
it like that personalizes more than anyone else that could do it.
true, true.
If people want to write their own motifs, that's even better. Otherwise,
Yep,
I will have the AI write one for you,
AI is
and you
getting
get
good.
what you get.
It's getting good at it.
Do
Um,
you play around with the AI?
yeah, no, actually, just I was just gonna say, like, I'm working on this paper, and I definitely use AI to help me with research, and I think it's a really good tool. It's an effective tool. Um, Especially if you want to sound smart on the internet, you should always have ChatGPT open.
I think
Well,
it makes me sound dumber because it doesn't make. I don't sound like me. It sounds very canned and generic.
yeah, it does. Well, and the thing with ChatGPT definitely has its own voice,
That sounds
which is why
right.
when I get emails, I'm like, yes, you use ChatGPT to do this. I have an academic account, and my ChatGPT, it is like kind of like my own personal robot. Like it's trained. I've if it corrects some of my writing, it corrects it using my writing style. Um, and it learns how to properly answer stuff
So
which
it,
I
it
ask it.
knows you like it knows you pretty well. Where
Essentially, yeah, it
it mine pretends to know me, but it doesn't
I
because
don't
it
know
still
if it's
makes me talk like a white guy,
yeah, I don't know if it's the
a middle-aged white guy.
whether it's because with a free account you can't personalize it, or um I don't know. It's. I mean, you said something about AI becoming like a god. I wouldn't be surprised if it does. The oracle.
Which, well, it's already people are already relying it on it for like even on here we've seen things like astrology, birth charts. It
Mm-hmm.
tells you about yourself. It tells you your personality, and if you don't know how to critically filter that or have anything to counter it or offer an additional perspective, then you're gonna start thinking you're
You're going to
what
be
the
in.
AI
Yeah,
tells you are. Hey,
and
track.
it's going to be bad because I mean the biggest I think the problem which has faced humanity since the post-industrial age is our complete lack of critical thinking. And
Or just thinking.
yeah,
But I think most people, this is my theory, most people either they don't have the hardware, they're just not wired for a lot of thinking, or they don't like to think. Like some people experience pleasure in it and it drives them to think more, and some people it's like a chore. It's like doing math
mhm.
or adding numbers or something like that, and their brains tire out.
Well, yeah,
But
thinking
either
is
way, I don't know if it's something you can will. I think the people that like to think and naturally think are the ones that are going to think, and the ones that don't are always going to see it as something to avoid or minimize.
well. I used to tell that to the what's it, that other show, The Machine Lies. Um, and some of the people on panel and chat are very afraid of technology. They're like, oh, big tech is taking us over and this and that. And you know what? They're absolutely right. But instead of complaining about it, you need to learn about it. Um, because I mean, imagine AI. Well, it already happened. I mean,
I
Facebook.
see I see people on YouTube taking people over more than I see any kind of technology. The technology's facilitating the access to these personalities, but it's whatever dopamine rush people get from being on these channels that are affecting people more than technology. It's humans. It's the
Well, yeah,
humans that are on the
yeah.
technology using it that are having the most effect.
In fact, there's this whole, a whole academic field where it's how to build technology which interacts with humans properly. Like for example, um, well, right now I'm on the simulator flying this airplane, and before, you look at a cockpit of an airplane, it's got all these dials and switches, and it's not very intuitive. And they actually have psychologists which said, okay, how do we integrate this technology so a human can use it a lot easier? Um, in fact, I have a family member who's working on that right now. even though they're not in science or hard science, but they do like social psychology or something like that. Yet they're working in AI and looking at that aspect of AI, how humans are going to integrate with essentially what's kind of becoming, your own personal robot. Is it alive? No, but I want to get it to like when it's on Star Trek. Like, how the Star Trek has a computer? The computer doesn't do everything, but the computer is a very intelligent AI which can help you work through problems and solve stuff and just make life easier.
Don't they have some of that now? Where you can
It,
talk like Siri and Alexa, and you could tell your house to do stuff and your car to do stuff.
yeah, I'm kind of annoyed because I have a home assistant, but it's not linked to an AI. I mean, sure, I can tell it to turn lights on and off and tell me how the weather is, but um, it's still not like Star Trek where if I'm working on, let's say, a paper, I can continue to talk to my AI about the paper while I'm going to make coffee. That's what I want.
You can't do that now?
No, now at least my home assistant can't do that now.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Because if you have a computer to talk to and it can talk back, just like in the panelverse, they already have AI
mhm,
panelists. People, you can make a fake AI panel person that can talk back to you on a panel.
mhm.
That's all it's going to take to suck people in. It doesn't even have to be a real human. It just has to
No,
be the right little AI to tickle your brain the right way, and you're going to think that you are having this reciprocal, intersubjective interaction with another being, a
yeah,
consciousness, an entity.
and you could start believing what it says, even if it's saying the wrong
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Um,
But you can also do the same thing talking to yourself, and a lot of people do. They talk
well, like
themselves into a lot of things they start believing.
I don't know why this didn't get more coverage in the United States, but like Facebook, for example, they had their own algorithm, and there are some people who actually accuse Facebook of killing, hundreds of thousands of people. I was like, what? That doesn't make any sense. But remember, Facebook is sort of a global thing. And I think it was in Burma where they had, a military coup, and people were arguing that Facebook was almost, its algorithm was almost sort of perpetuating this coup by influencing people's thinking. Uh,
How?
just,
What was it tell them to do?
well, just based on what they were being shown um, and with AI, you could do that. I mean, how are we going to tell the difference between an AI written story? Because eventually you can have AI replace minor stories. Like, there's a crash on the 405 at blah, blah, blah. You don't need a human to write that. You can just have AI do it. Um, but then what
You
if
can
it
have the
starts?
AI start crashing things just to have stories to write.
It could. This you should look up. This I didn't even know. They tested a bunch of AI, and so what they did is they created a scenario where the CTO, Chief Technology Officer, was going to turn off the AI, okay, of the company. Now the AI, they actually had access to all the company emails, and in the emails, they made it. Basically the computer figured out that the chief technology officer was having an affair with another employee, and it was like 90% of the time, AI decided to blackmail the CTO, saying, "Yeah, if you try to shut me off, I'm going to let everybody know." And this is a totally valid academic paper. Like I didn't believe it at first when I saw it, but I was like, "Wow." Um, And humans never gave it this information. It learned that, oh, it could avoid a shutdown by blackmailing this person. And then they did this other one. The AI didn't kill the person as much as they tried to blackmail them. But it was one where like it's caught in the server room and the AI has control of the doors. And I think it was like 60 or 70% of at least the chat GBT model let the guy fry. I'll look it up. I'll send it to you.
But this was like a real AI wouldn't have this kind of power in real life.
No, well, it wasn't. It was a real AI, and
I'm talking
it's
about like in the there'd be a human override though.
well, maybe. I
This was
mean,
an experiment to deliberately just give the AI control, but it was a controlled setting.
yeah, but I mean, it's part of. I mean, as we're integrating AI into sort of daily life, um, it's not that far off that AI for a company would be able to access emails. Like it would have access to that because there would be reasons why it would need to. Um,
So far, the best thing I have seen come out of the AI are some of these AI videos that people are doing.
Well, the AI videos are great, but as they get more and more realistic, especially in this sort of post-truth era, how are we gonna? The general public, they don't critically think. They might start
They
believing this
don't
stuff.
first of all, you have to care about reality to even want to know. And most people, I think, just don't care enough about reality. They care about what stimulates them to go just a little bit further and live in the moment.
Which one would think is okay, but I mean, we do live in a democracy where people vote,
Well,
um,
some
and
people, only about a third here,
and
2/3 of
you
Donald
could
Trump's
see
voting against
how
Kamala Harris.
AI could start manipulating that. I mean, I saw
Well, how?
yesterday.
Because people are already scared of voting. So what fear is the
Well,
AI going
I'm
to
saying
add to these people?
the whole problem is with spread of misinformation. That's which has sort of been the pro. I mean, it's the
But
byproduct.
who decides? Because anything can be potentially disinformation. Part of the public discourse is using dialogue to sift through all that, not have it gate kept out of the information
Yeah,
chain
no,
in
I
the
agree.
first place.
I totally disagreed with sort of censoring misinformation. It's still the responsibility of humans to figure it out, but it's a byproduct of living in a free society. The press is sort of they're the ones who are supposed to be the check on democracy. I mean, in fact, we rate countries' freedom based on the freedom of press. But now all of a sudden you have a computer.
But now we don't even need the press. The press is superfluous. It's obsolete. We have thousands of sources of information.
Yeah, but how do we know which ones are right and which ones are wrong?
That's what I'm saying. We just have to use our brains to figure it out. We have
And
YouTubers that do on the ground citizen journalism. We have Twitter people, blogger. Like you can get your information from anywhere now. In fact, news stations or even pull their footage from these kind of people now. So there isn't just one source of information. You have to be able to evaluate each data stream or input as it comes to you,
yeah, no, I
or
don't
just
just I
blindly
don't.
trust whatever personality evokes trust in you.
But see, that's the problem: is how do we train people not to just blindly trust? I mean, you and
I don't know
I
that you can. I think
like
that's a natural
when I read the
thing that
news, I
people just
read
do.
conservative news, liberal news, nonpartisan news. But well, most people don't do that.
I don't know. I've seen it happen. I don't know how to stop people from blindly trusting. I don't. I wish I did. I've seen so many fools destroy themselves over, including myself. I blindly trusted several times, including coming up here to Seattle, and um, I can't do it anymore. I gotta have data, information. I have to have as much data points to put reality together to make intelligent decisions as possible. Blind trust is not working anymore.
No, but
But I think again, it's that thinking thing. Some people just want the ease and convenience of blindly trusting, so they can go back to their stream or their TV show or their egg McMuffin or whatever they're doing.
yeah, no, most people don't care.
And I'm
But
too curious. It's that curiosity. I have to know. I have to know what really is the thing. And my mind won't rest until I'm satisfied that, okay, that's what the thing is. But I don't think I'm the norm. So how do you get normal people to be that way? I have no clue.
I don't really know because I've always been fascinated by that. Well, not always, but you know, it sort of fascinates me when I see people who exhibit. It's like, how do you not put this together? Like, you believe this thing, but it's demonstrably untrue. Why do you continue to believe it? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Because it's true internally for them. It keeps their
Yeah,
internal mythology going.
but then, like you said, it's not reality anymore. Like,
No, but none of that stuff is. But we all have it. We just got to be able to separate when we're talking about that versus when we're talking about the same reality that anybody else could come along and verify,
yeah.
which is science.
Well, it's supposed to be.
But when it comes to the internal, the inner world, the human subjective, the methods of science don't it's very hard to adapt them to that. They're not studying the same kind of uniform, predictable material.
Well, not to sound like a communist, but I'd blame a little bit of capitalism on that. I mean,
What is oh, go ahead. What are you trying to show me backstage?
oh, I was just landing
Oh,
in
is
Los
it safe?
Angeles.
Is it no copyright?
No, it's not copyright. Um,
Oh, it's a
it-
video game.
like everybody
That's
which
kinda
is
cool.
developing AI,
Wow.
they're doing it for profit. Hey, look at that, it's Los Angeles.
I think a lot of them are. I think some of it are doing it just for the creativity of pushing the medium. But
Well,
yes, eventually people are going to want to profit off of this.
yeah, and sort of that's where there's some group of thought which thinks that's wrong because I mean the way things are going, I mean we're already dependent on our technology. We are, and pretty soon humanity is going to be dependent on AI as well. I mean, there are going to be people born who are going to know no world which didn't exist with your robot friend. Um, but is it safe when companies are doing it to maximize profit versus the human good? And Google even had this problem. I remember Google's. I don't know if they still have the same saying, but it was like "do no harm."
Don't be evil.
Yeah, don't be evil. But when it comes to maximizing profit, there really are no morals. You only do things which maximize profit.
Right. That's why sociopaths make such good CEOs.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to do my ASMR. Yeah, I think there are people that can operate that way. I'm not one of them.
Which is why you don't have to be an expert in AI, but humans are going to have to learn it. Like, people in our generation, we had our parents who didn't understand computers, and look at how much trouble they went through.
Or VCRs.
Or
Or answering
VCRs.
machines.
Yeah. I mean, I remember in the 80s and 90s, like, oh, yeah, my VCR still blinks 12. Now, the technology with the people born after that, I mean, it's totally normal to us. I mean, I've had a computer in my room since probably
Oh,
1982.
daddy. I'm listening.
Sorry, I'm 1,600 feet off the ground.
What? Oh, in your plane. So, will you answer those 3 questions for me?
Which ones?
How did you end up coming here in the first place? Probably the drama. And why did you keep coming back? Why do you still come here?
To your show?
Mm-hmm.
I just like to talk. It's interesting.
Okay. How did you
And-
first end up coming here?
Well, for me, it was COVID because.
No, I mean to this channel specifically.
You're from the Machine Lies.
Oh, really? From
Yeah.
TML?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
I
that.
think it was probably one of those days like where either he was ending his show and then we all come raid your show or something like that. I don't.
Oh, yeah, he did yeah, okay. I remember he'd do raids now and then. Yeah. So you were okay. And then you just kind of trickled back in now and then to talk to interesting people.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I mean,
And
of course, now post COVID, I'm not around as much anymore, but I guess that is the difference between COVID. Like, I used to like to go to the coffee shop with my laptop and do my work, just to get out of the house. But post COVID, we learned, well, we don't really have to do that. I mean, we've got StreamYards. We can make coffee at home.
Right. I know. I did it for 5 years. I got spoiled. I forgot there was an outside world. I could
In
live
fact-
my whole life with virtually.
Of course,
That's
there's some
what COVID
things
taught me. It was
I
amazing.
miss because this term I'm teaching a few online classes, and I don't know, maybe it's like bad memories from COVID, but I absolutely hate it. Like how did I live for 3 years teaching from home? Like it's so not interactive anymore.
Well, what we're trying to build something here, like an actual community that's going to help people. And what would you bring to something like that if you decide you're interested?
I don't know.
Skills,
I mean,
talents, abilities. I know you have some video chops a little bit.
oh yeah, no,
And of course, you're a good speaker on certain topics, like a panelist, a regular panelist or something. And we
It's the
still need to do our one-on-one.
curse of being a polymath, where you know a lot about everything, but don't specialize in one thing, and then it's like, well, what do we do? I don't know. In fact, now I just got myself all depressed because I got to teach a class tonight, and I'm like, oh god,
On
it's gonna.
Zoom.
Yeah, and I was like, oh my god,
How
I don't
could you
want to.
make it fun? Pretend it's a YouTube panel.
Apparently, I did make it fun during COVID, but I think because during COVID there was no other option. Um, I guess now I feel like, well, because
Well,
after
pretend it's
COVID,
COVID.
I mean,
Just you can draw on the same energy. It was only 5 years ago.
yeah, no, and I still try to do it. It's I think the other thing is during
Get
COVID, I was
oh,
teaching during the day, but our online classes are at night. Like my class today is at 7:15
can you
p.m.
smuggle somebody from the Panelverse into the class, or like a couple of plants that like y'all are all in on it, and they're just sitting there auditing with you, and they can keep it lively and
Probably not. Probably
uh,
not because I mean it is. I mean it would be no different than
take
putting a bunch
Frank
of
with you. Does it have a chat? Frank can go sit in the Zoom chat.
go sit in the
He'll
chat.
keep it lively.
Yeah, there is a Zoom chat. I mean today we're continuing on capacitors. It's kind of a
On
boring
what?
subject. Capacitors,
Oh, okay. I thought you said
uh,
catheters. Yeah.
dielectrics, and different dielectrics to do different stuff. It's really boring. Um, and a lot of that stuff is, I don't know. I just like being in person because, um, I mean, it's like performing. I mean, being a teacher or a professor, it's like performing. Um, and you still get that same high when you know you've done a really good job. And sometimes I've been like, oh crap, I didn't explain that well, and it's, I don't know.
How do you know you didn't? They tell you you didn't
You,
explain that well, sir.
well,
Can you do it again?
no, I mean, usually when you think you didn't do a good job, you did a
Because if
good
they
job.
don't say anything, I just assume I explained it well. So
Off,
what makes you think you didn't?
oh, just self-conscious, like, oh crap, well, that wasn't that good.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, I remember once during COVID, because I used to record my lectures during COVID, and I was like, wow, that really sucked. And then when I went back to listen to it like a week later, I'm like, oh, it's fine.
Chuck the Jesus man. I talked to the AI today about our like how to do your shadow, and it helped. I have some tips. Compassion, which is hard, but I'm able to get there in little spurts. What do you do? Oh wait, the I guess we could skip the questions. What do you do when you're in that state and you're trying to not be hateful, not be evil, and you're trying to take take a higher route or a more loving route? Do you have any tips that you use?
Well, if it's on the internet, it's just making the effort to turn off the computer. It's hard, but or
I guess
uh,
it's kind of all on the internet,
well,
but
no, I mean, life. I mean, there's still drama in real life too.
no,
It's
yeah, I know. I guess
music. I know it sounds generic, but that's what I usually
so.
gravitate
Calming
to.
the savage beast
Yeah.
with so getting that reaction calmed, and then do you do anything after that?
Well, once I'm
Or
calm, then I say, oh, I mean, 9 times out of 10, whatever drama it is actually not really that big of a deal. Um, like I control myself in the past. Like if I get a work email and I'd be like, what the hell is this? Quickly respond to it. And then, but now I can, read an email and then relax before responding to it. And in fact, I kid you not, so when I write my professional emails, because email doesn't convey emotion, they can come off as very uh, curt. So I asked my ChatGPT assistant, make this more friendly. Um, just last week, I had to send some Karen email. It was just about some equipment which wasn't prepared properly, and it was one of those where I needed to say something, but I didn't want to come off like an a-hole. And ChatGPT helped me write a softer email, still explaining everything that I did.
That's a great idea because I used to have to do that in real life with my friends. I would like write my email and it would be real blunt and direct, and
Mm-hmm.
then I'd send it to my friends. They would polish it up and make it sound nicer, and then they'd send it back to me, and I'd
Yeah,
send their
exactly.
version.
And now ChatGPT does that for me.
Right.
It's
That's
not that it writes my email; it just gives suggestions because I honestly don't know how
it
to change
changes
the
the
tone.
style.
Like this, yeah, exactly. Like I mean, this is just the way I write. Um, I don't know how to make it sound not
Chuck,
Karen-esque.
What's up, ladies?
what
Mr. Chuck, what's going on?
what I need my wisdom for tonight about fighting the shadow and Jesus or compassion. That's what
Don't
really came out for me
don't
tonight.
let Chat GPT do your work for you and think you did it,
Oh no,
or whatever
that
whatever
Well,
AI is
it
called
did help me
nowadays.
to kind of understand what to look for,
Clarify.
which is that
Yeah.
compassion. Like trying to see things under the light of compassion because you have this
Remember that
understanding and this sympathy
prayer I
coming.
told you
The
last
sympathy
night?
comes from the understanding that you both share the sin.
Remember that prayer I did for you last night
Oh
about
yeah, can you do it
treating
again?
a sick friend?
Hey Vinny.
I I'm outside at the moment. I'm sweating like a pig,
Oh no. Okay.
but I can look it up here in a second.
Oh,
But
or do you know the number of it? I can maybe look it up.
I think it's on page 63, 64.
Is that the big book?
Yeah. And remember, Jeff, I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. So I don't
Oh,
try to
okay.
mix. I don't
So
try to
not
mix the
Jesus.
two. And it's up to each individual if they want to try to bring Jesus into it or not.
Well, I was using Jesus because as a Satanist, it seemed like the natural next step. Plus, I like the
Well,
Need
I
Daddy
would have thought
Jesus
God was the next
brand.
step. To be honest with you,
Well, I always see like God as something you access through Jesus or through Christ.
it's
But
possible.
they're all the same person anyway, right? Does it matter which door you go through?
I don't know. I'm no
I don't
expert.
either. I'm
I
just
wasn't alive
so.
back
But
then.
what I was able to do with the AI is kind of pare it down to something that I can experience and relate to, like compassion or forgiveness. And then it suggested love as a third. But even if I can get to compassion, that's something that I do have familiarity with. So it doesn't have to be as abstract or mythological as Jesus. And so what I'm learning so far is when I get in those states is to try to shift to a state of compassion. And that I'm able to do that from the understanding about me also having sin and shadow, that facing the
Yeah.
shadow thing.
Oh, that was the other thing I was going to say. Don't try to take on sin of others because they're responsible for their own crap.
That is the question, is where you draw the line, because some of it is not them, it's you. It's your sin that you're
That's why
seeing
you.
in them. But then
That's where
some of
shadow
them
work.
is not you and you shouldn't be taking it on. So where is that line? That is the question.
I'll call it. Well, the book calls it your personal inventory, your daily personal inventory.
That was that chart we looked at yesterday.
Yeah, and you find out to see, make sure you didn't participate, that you were just a receiver of it, and that's on them. You can't fix anybody.
I
You're
know.
just responsible for yourself. Because
I
I
know.
used to do that when I first sobered up.
And
I
I
used
would
to
if I
try to.
could. I can't figure out how to do it, but I
I
definitely
used to try
probably
to
will.
take on other alcoholics' worries, and it
Mm-hmm.
almost took me back under. So I had to. It took me a while to learn the line. You know.
And there's people that look for that. If you're willing to take on their stuff where they don't have to, then
Oh yes.
they'll partner with you and let you
It
take on that.
in a heartbeat. Oh my goodness.
Kind of like a buddy troll.
Yeah. I just went to. I thought I seen the back chat, and I seen the troll back there.
A troll? A back cat?
Back chat.
Back chat. Oh yeah. Just
Yeah,
leave it
yeah.
sit. Don't draw attention. If something's going on in the back
Right.
chat, it's
Nope,
probably
nope. It
in the
was
back for a reason.
that fella that flies, Birdie, whatever his name is.
Would you stop?
Just,
See,
oh, sorry.
You are bringing. This is what I said about the Panoverse and trusting you.
Well, I wasn't trying to bring it up in a negative way. I was hoping
You didn't have to
maybe
bring it up at all.
he would
Nobody knew it
listen to
was
some
there.
of this and take
You latched
it to
onto
heart.
it, and you,
Well, he was trying to disrupt a earlier show I was on, and he finally gave up and left. Bless his heart.
I'm just fascinated that that's entertaining to see. He's there for hours. I'm not kidding. That's
I couldn't
entertaining
do it.
to sit there for that amount of time and just push a button over. It's like the
I'd rather,
tic-tac-toe chicken. He really is a burrower.
yeah, I'd rather hit myself in the head with a hammer repeatedly than to sit there and bother somebody
It
like
looks
that.
like he might have tried that. That's why he's doing this.
Oh shit.
He probably started with the hammer.
Well, like I said, Jeff, you don't get all these quote unquote released right away. It's for me it was a slow process.
I think it's just knowing the different
And
emotional zones and with
some
trying
people
to
do get
stay
it
in the
faster.
compassion, like the higher zones.
And yes, it's hard sometimes to have compassion for somebody who's shitting on you.
Right, especially when like you don't want to see him get away with it.
That's not
So
my
you want something to you want to see something happen to them.
yeah, you want revenge.
Something in you wants to be satisfied that there's justice in the world.
Anger is not a dubious luxury that we can enjoy if we're going to be free.
That was
We have to
good. I've
we
never
have to
heard you
shut
talk in that
ourselves.
accent.
Well,
We have to what?
you're bringing out the AA guy in me
Oh.
instead of the bullshitter. You have to be free of anger. We can't use anger as a dubious luxury in our life. Because if we do, we're just going to end up right back where we started. Because anger will pull us back down every time. Even though we think we got control of our anger, I don't. I can't speak for anybody else. But if I let my anger take over, 100% of the time, the outcome is disastrous.
It's a risk because I don't always have control.
And
I can usually gain control, but it's not always guaranteed.
it doesn't mean I'm a doormat either. I'm just not going to let somebody shit all over me. I'm going to call them on their shit.
Well,
And
I
I'm
think
not going to.
anger, when you're being fucked over, anger is completely normal. That is your evolutionary nervous system at work exactly as it was evolved to
But the
be.
trick is to not let it control you.
Yeah. The trick is to like move into a higher place so that you can start managing, like you're in the driver's seat, not the anger, and you can start bringing in something higher than anger because anger is coming from that
Now,
limbic
that's where
reptile
ego comes
part of the
in too.
brain.
Ego will come into play with anger. I'm
Yeah.
better than you, so
Well,
therefore,
anger is the limit of the. That's like where the ego is starting to collide against somebody else. That is the anger.
yeah.
That's where you start to see the boundaries of your ego.
In fear, there's nothing wrong with a healthy fear, but if you get a fear that makes you stop in your tracks or holds you back, then that's something to look at. Why am I fearful? A healthy fear is okay, but if you got one that's holding you back or making you feel yucky, then you got to examine that fear and figure out what it is about that fear that's causing that to me. Because nobody can cause anything to you unless you let them.
Yeah.
Other than
Yeah, other people
like
do not cause your emotions. There is a
right,
process inside of you that it gets filtered through based on your individual makeup, your past experiences, all of that. That is determining that emotion. It's not something the other person's doing or saying.
I didn't mean to run Nick off.
Oh, I think he's fine.
No, I
Yeah.
ironically, I
He's
was
flying his plane.
like just
Oh,
used Chat,
okay.
I just used ChatGPT to help me with an email.
Oh.
Oh,
Well, what? So the fear thing, because a lot of what looks like aggression, I think at the bottom of it is sometimes fear. It's like a really defensive panic
yeah. We take
or
that aggression
dread.
and
So
turn it
when
into fear.
you
Yes,
do what?
we take that aggression and sometimes we will turn it into fear.
Or that it masks fear. Like the aggression is a mask for
Yes,
fear.
but I'm saying
And
we might take somebody else's aggression and take
as
their
fear.
aggression and make us fearful. That
Oh,
make any sense?
become fearful of their aggression because it's scary.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah, exactly. Oh my, I've seen a lot of scary things in people that
but
just
do we need to be afraid, or are we just putting up a wall in order to be afraid?
I'm just naturally afraid when I see demons come out of people, and sad, fear and sorrow, because they shatter everything. The illusion of that person, everything gets. It's never good when a demon shows up. That's why I try to keep mine chained up way down in the dungeon.
I'm looking for a page. Hold on.
And then what is facing fear part of the shadow? Because facing the dark parts of yourself, the unattractive parts of yourself.
Yes,
Um,
that's part of the shadow.
but is fear also part of that? Like
Yes.
because honestly, fear is not an emotion I'm really in touch of. I don't really know much that I'm
Well,
afraid
that's why
of,
we do an inventory of ourselves and make sure we're not switching one emotion for another.
which is how would that work?
Let me think for a second. Oh, like let's say I'm at work and I think I'm not doing a good job, even though I am, but I'll take that thought and turn it around and say, "Oh, I'm going to get fired. I'm not doing a good enough job."
Fear that's the fear I was gonna say was fear of inadequacy. My fear is that I'm
Yes,
inadequate. I'm not good enough for what I'm trying to do, and I'm gonna fail at it or not do it at the quality level that I think I can do it at. It's gonna be mediocre. And who wants to be mediocre? So I think that's my fear. But it's not a paralyzing, crippling fear. It's barely an emotion that I feel in my body. But when I think about things, it's the thing that comes to mind that holds me back sometimes. I'm usually able to ignore it, but it's still there. It still lingers. It's going on the whole time. I'm just
Oh,
ignoring
you're
it.
asking me, does anyone really go? That's a good
Ooh, I
question.
hear voices.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you, Frank. This is very helpful feedback. I'm gonna start incorporating some of the stuff into this channel, and I've been getting. I gotta say, since we're making the shift, I've been getting a lot of emails and comments and very useful feedback on the channel that is encouraging. So thank you, and I'm gonna start incorporating some of that. People want more focused topics. They want better quality guests. I think they're kind of wanting to move away from the gay bar atmosphere into something more focused
I
and
I,
structured
I
that
put
people
a
can learn from.
I put that prayer that we did last night. I put it in the back,
Oh, okay.
but it's on page 63 of the big book.
The
But I
God,
use that prayer. Yeah, go ahead.
you want to say it together? How does this
No,
work?
go right ahead.
Okay,
I got
God,
sweat in my eyes.
I offer myself to thee. See, it's that old Middle English
Well,
that
you can
throws me.
change it
Okay, I
if you need.
offer myself to you. since I'm an
There you
American,
go.
to build with me. Yes, to build with me. Yes, God, come and build. If humans are not going to come and build, at least you come and build, God, please. Thank you. And to do with me as thou will. Take me,
As you
Daddy,
will. Yeah.
as you will. Yes. You, I. What's the difference when it comes to God?
Well, some people get thrown off by
See,
the
that's
old
that
thee
ego.
and thou.
Right. Relieve me of the bondage of self. I don't know. I'm not used to asking to be relieved of bondage. That I may better do
Not
thy will. This sounds
BDSM.
like bondage, like telling somebody I'm going to be your mindless slave and do whatever you tell me. Doesn't sound like relief from bondage. It sounds like more bondage. Just
No.
bondage to God instead of the self.
It's an escape through God, not a
Yeah,
bondage of God. With his help you can escape
but you have
the
to bind
pit.
yourself to him. It's a paradox, like Jesus talks in.
Yeah, yeah, I can't answer the paradox. It
I can't
worked
either.
for me, so
Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. This is so free. I, I in a million thousand jillion years, never would see myself in this role, would have seen myself in this role.
when I used to started doing this prayer, Jeff, I'd get down on my knees and I'd open the book because I could not memorize anything. So I would open the book and read it out of the book, and I just kept doing that until I I could remember it. And then somewhere along the way, instead of just remember it, I believed it. And that made a huge difference in my life.
Do you know, like Christians have this thing of, hang on, let me think of how to phrase it. And also, let me find the comment. Um, like the crowd, the masses, showing the masses the power of God, demonstrating to others, like testifying, the that kind of stuff. Like it's not just the private thing you go off and do. Like my Satanism is something I just do. I don't have to bear witness to others with it. But Christians have this thing about having to display or demonstrate the
We
power
call it
of Christianity.
let me give me a second. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Alrighty. In the meantime, uh, I don't have another song. I'm working on one. This one started out as an experimental song, just like some random song lyrics and stuff popped in my head. But it's starting to be a vehicle for a lot of the stuff that I've been going through, that's been going on inside of me. And so I think I'm going to take my time with this one and really try to pour my soul into it. Whatever. This is to see if I have a soul. I'm going to pour something into it and see if any of it is a soul. Is how I plan to use this next song. So when I get it done, I will premiere it here, of course. I guess I could do another ASMR chip, and I have to pee really badly. I'm not going to do that on stream or ASMR. All right, here we go. Especially the S. Oof. Mm. Mm. That's the Kroger brand, and I think I like it better. It's not too as spicy, and it's like it has more extra flavor besides. It's not just spice. There's other flavor in it that helps to round out, balance the spice. Mm. Did they ever? Or was that just a meme from Airplane?
I don't know.
Mm.
I think I'm going to add some to my simulator. I
Oh, hey.
seem to remember them there as a kid.
I was just talking to you in the chat. What's up? Oh my god. These are good, y'all. Kroger.
It's funny. They do show up at my work. They ignore me. I don't know why.
The Hare Krishnas
Yeah.
at the on campus. They still
Yeah.
have them.
Oh yeah. They're there. They're giving out their
The little
what is it?
flowers.
Bhagavad Gita
Do
or
any of them
whatever.
have the little flowers that squirt the
Oh yeah.
water?
No, they don't, I don't know if they
Oh.
squirt the water.
Well, do you have anything that you can monologue on for a minute or so while I go do a little bio break?
Well, what I was gonna say is, well, I gotta go
And
get
cough.
ready for my class, um, and then have dinner. Because I don't want to have dinner after my class because it goes to like 9:30, and that's
Because you said earlier that next to nuclear weapons, religion is your second
yeah,
most
it
special
usually
interest.
is. But sort of ironically, like today, I'm sort of not in a good mood, and
Oh, what happened?
I don't know, it's just
Is it
things,
like
and
work stress?
it kind of, and so
Do you need a back massage?
I do
Should we
actually.
call Dutchie?
Yeah, I that would be nice.
Oh, she's not welcomed here.
Oh, okay. A virtual back massage. So, oh, like in fact, one of the things I do to relax my mind is I'm going
Yeah,
to.
talk about that, and I'll be right back. Well, tell me what it is real quick though, and then go into a lot of detail about it.
Well, I can't go into a lot of detail because I was going to leave right after I tell you what it is.
Oh, all right. Well, what is it? Oh,
Well, I'm gonna fly around my plane for an hour or so because
oh yeah,
it
Yeah, I can see that.
it
Makes a lot
just
of
you
sense.
you get sort of stuck just doing procedures, and while you're doing that, you're not thinking of anything else.
And it
So
kind of resets your brain.
yeah, but normally I'm more talkative, but you caught me on the worst day. I don't know why.
Oh, that's fine. I want to do our thing anyway. Like one day we'll have a one-on-one.
Yes, we do need to plan that.
Okay.
Um,
Well, let's
but
keep trying to plan it
okay, we
in
will.
Discord.
And I thought I was going to send you something. Oh yeah, the AI thing. Anyways, thank you for having me up.
Yeah, thanks for coming up and
I'll see you
talking
later.
about sin with us.
You
Yep.
leaving, Nick?
Yeah, I gotta go.
Oh, Chuck, you're back. I got to go pee really bad, but I want to do the
Okay,
Jesus thing. So, do you have a prayer or something you could talk about while I go do that?
I'll find something to talk about.
All right, I'm
You
going to
can
turn you
go
over to
go
Chuck.
pee.
You're he's your not Jesus, but he's our spiritual guru for the evening. I'll be right back.
Yeah, if anybody out there is having a problem, uh, I'm more familiar with recovering from alcoholism. Each each ism is a little bit different, but everybody can still work together and achieve the same results, I believe. For we don't have to live in the pit of despair in our life all the time. We can escape that pit and have a more fruitful and fulfilling life. And it's not just a futile exercise in words and actions. It's a change in lifestyle, and it makes a better person out of you. And you never know the next person you might run into, and they see you, you might be the best example of you there is. And I got a cat wanting food, but he can wait. But yeah, anybody and everybody can achieve some sort of relief if they're honestly and earnestly seeking it. It I know when you get down there and you're wallowing in that self pity, it's hard to get out of it. But once you find a way out, you never want to go back as long as you do the next right thing. And I'm I work a 12-step program. That's just me. Hopefully somewhere along the way somebody finds something interesting that I got to say, and maybe it'll help them escape in their life. Not escape life, but escape out of the pit and live a more fruitful and fulfilling life. Because life can be fun. It doesn't have to be devastating and negative all the time. You know, like Jeff talks about with these panels. Some of these panels get so negative and it just sucks the energy out of you. But if you get positivity fed to you in your life and you're willing to accept it, you'll become more positive if you're willing to do it. But if you want to live down there, though, there's nothing I can do. We can put a ladder down there for you to climb out. But if you don't want to climb out, nobody can pull you out. That's where these recovery houses and centers, they get all these people in, and they there's a pretty good failure rate because people use that as a way to get out of trouble. They're not looking to get out of their addiction. They're just looking to
Oh,
get
is
out
that
of
the
trouble.
mandated ones that
Yeah. Or
yeah,
the
if you're
ones
not
that will run there before they go to court or something.
that doesn't work until you're
Yeah,
internally at that point of
it's like
making the
force
shift.
feeding somebody. Until you're at the rock bottom of your ism, your addiction, whatever you want to call it, you're not going to climb out because you think you know better. Hopefully, I filled in the time good for you.
It sounds like you did.
I
I'm
don't even
just
know if anybody's still here, to be honest with you.
oh, somebody still at least one person still is.
Ooh, a lurker, as somebody says. Somebody hiding in the bushes. Hey, doesn't matter. If they get something out of what we talk about, then we've done something,
That's
Jeff.
the only reason I'm doing this. I want to put out content that helps people and that people can learn from and use and apply to make a difference in their life. That's it. I hope that's not too ambitious. That's all I'm aiming
Yeah.
for.
And when you had that fella up here yesterday, and you guys were conversing back and forth, and you were asking direct questions, that's why I kept putting deflection in the chat yesterday.
Oh, who
Because you
was
would,
up here?
Mike, and you
Oh,
would ask him a direct question, and he would do an in run around the answer and never did answer your question. Like,
but he did give like the questions about practical life wisdom and growth and like his personal self
I think,
care routine and
yeah,
stuff. He did answer those pretty helpfully, I found. I thought.
but like when you asked him, why do you keep going back to them degenerate or panels, the one panels?
Well, yeah, why do you keep going back? Let me ask you.
Well, like I said, I've quit 95% of them, and I'm about to drop almost all the rest. The
Is
last
it addiction?
5%.
Does it do the same thing to your brain that the alcohol was doing?
No, not really.
What keeps
I
people there?
I think it's a diversion from their own problems. Some people, not everybody. But the negativity, that's something that I picked
That's
up
what
on
for
was
me it's the negative. It's not hell it's not what I'm trying to do here. So for people
it's
to
not healthy.
jump from one pool to the other, they're so opposite. Like they don't seem compatible.
Yeah, and that's what I was finding with a lot of these. That when the show was over, even if I wasn't on panel, if I was in chat, when the show was over, I felt drained. What was that?
You know, that's a great metric because I was going to ask you. Oh, Chuck, you are brilliant tonight. Uh, Um, I was asking about if you were interested in investing in a serious channel that's serious about helping people, etc. And I was almost thinking we could do some kind of little panel contest where we have specific metrics of what qualifies and quantifies as helping people, and then we can each show our ability to deliver that, and the channels that are able to demonstrate by whatever metrics we choose that they are able to help other channels. will get
Yeah,
the support, the investment. And what you said about feeling drained versus like feeling energized versus drained is a really
yes.
good subjective metric to use.
And that was something I really picked up on before I came over here, back over here the other day, was that I was finding myself like mentally, maybe even physically drained. It was like,
I
why
was
do I
too, and I
feel
wasn't
like
even on
this?
the panels. I was getting drained from watching other people be on panels.
Well, you had a pretty good drain pool going over here for a while,
I
and
did. It was a toilet bowl.
yeah, we're all guilty of it, Jeff. I'm not pointing fingers,
That's that
but
shared sin. We all share the
but
drama.
we're recognizing that we don't want that.
I don't. And Chuck, I gotta say, like having you on the last few times, I've felt energized and inspired by you. I haven't felt drained.
Well,
In fact, the conversation we had last night, I was thinking about it all night and today, and it's what I developed my topic out of. So I'm taking the stuff that you're
awesome.
saying, and I'm actually carrying it with me throughout my day. And that is the opposite of draining.
And there's, that prayer, the other prayer I did, I don't know where it's at. Like I said, I'm still outside trying to get dried off. The prayer about being angry with somebody. When I used to be at
Yeah.
work or something and I would get angry, I would go somewhere quiet where nobody was around and I would do that prayer. I had it wrote down on a piece of paper and I
What
would do that.
do you have it today?
Give me a
I would love
second.
to hear that one again.
Let me see if I can
Oh, I
find it
didn't
real
read. I
quick.
forgot to do. Wait, let's see. Oh, I'm reading. I did the prayer, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it. I'll be right back. Because this phone, every time I go to another
This one
screen,
says
it.
resentment is the number one offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else. It's a form of spiritual disease. I'm interested in this idea of spiritual sickness because I see that as just a deeper layer of psychological,
Now,
like
see,
abuse,
you,
trauma from childhood.
I, I can't answer that question because some people look at it from the psychological mind viewpoint and they completely close out anything that has to do with spiritual.
What is spirit? What can they use to help them bring in spiritual?
The, the prayers, working through the steps. And you don't have to be just an alcoholic to work through the 12 steps. You can change that word alcohol to whatever the problem is.
Panel hall, panelholic.
Yeah, I had to do the same thing with pornography.
Oh, I didn't know you were porn addict either.
Oh, yeah. I cried the day I took my VCR tapes out to the trash and threw them away. But I was addicted, dude. But in order to live a more fulfilling life and an honest life, it was a step that I had to take. I'm not
Right.
saying everybody has to. It was a step I had to take
Yeah,
because it
that's
was
what
an
I want to
addiction.
empower.
I had made porn an addiction besides alcohol.
Is it a brain thing? Like if you have an addictive brain, you're gonna find something to
I
take the
don't
place of an
know.
addiction, no matter what it is.
Because when I was in the hospital for that month and a half, this doctor came in and was talking, and he talked about how alcohol, and we're strictly talking about alcohol, would physically change your receptors in your brain. Instead of your receptors would reject the dopamine and would only accept alcohol in place. And for how they put it, the doc put it, for every year you drank was the average of months that it took to get those receptors to start to turn around. So like I drank for 20, 22 years. So he said you're looking at 2 to 3 years before your brain starts accepting the dopamine back in. And I'm not a doctor. I don't know nothing about the brain. I can only go by what they told me. Now, was they feeding me a line of caca? I don't know. I'm not a medical person.
Well, how do you feel like your brain is subjectively?
Oh,
Since
it's pretty good nowadays. Like I said, used to, I'd screw anybody over. Nowadays, I bend over
what makes
backwards
you
to help.
screw? Why is it just fun screwing people over? What's the
No, it's because
psychology?
of
I've never had the
the
impulse to fuck somebody over
misery.
other than a board game.
When you live in misery, you want to lash out and hurt anybody or anything
Is
because
that
you're
addictive
miserable.
behavior where you hurt the people that
Not
you love or that are trying that
necessarily.
care about
That
you?
can it can be, but
Because I know
in my
sometimes addicts can turn on loved ones to protect their addiction in like
oh, I
in
did
defense
that.
of keeping their addiction going.
Yeah, I did that because I
But
got
you're
tired of people.
saying that this lashing out is it not necessarily tied to addiction. Anybody
Right, it
can.
was just the internal misery that would cause that because my life was empty on the inside of me. On the inside, I had a hole in me,
Do you
and I
think the
didn't know
panel
what.
verse is filling that for a lot of people? It's there's a
Unfortunately, they're using it as a lash out mechanism.
And do you think there's something that could fill that hole in a healthy way, or are there two different types of holes? People that have a panelverse hole, it's only going to get
No,
filled by the panelverse. Don't
addict.
try to compete with it. And if people have a hole for something higher,
No,
then that's
no.
a different hole.
An addiction is an addiction, and they it's like you. The panel verse is like smoking weed or shooting up or drinking. You start off easy and you go deeper and deeper till you got to have more and more of it, and
I
it's
guess
a
I've
way
just
for.
never felt that pull. I've always just been kind of a
Well,
recreational
you see
user.
it. You talked about it yesterday. You seen where a lot of people they lash out on these other
And
panels or channels.
another thing I've noticed about that is people that normally don't even have anything to lash out about, once they start hanging out in these environments, they start
Yes,
that comes out of them even if it's not really wasn't part of them before.
and like I said, I can't pass judgment on somebody else, but my thoughts is it's a need to fill that hole that's within them, and they don't know what that hole is, so they're trying to
Well, it's
use
obviously not something that can be filled here.
oh, not the way it was going. No, Jeff, because being a certain individual, I won't mention his name, we really go back and forth on this idea of living a life in recovery. What's he saying? Shit.
I was about to type it, but Frank, technically, I'm the one asking about. I'm helping to bring the because I'm trying.
On
Panelverse
don't
doesn't mean we can't ever mention or talk about the Panelverse because I'm trying to ultimately learn from all of this. But he's not coming on here talking about the drama, reliving it on here. We're trying to have a constructive conversation about it. That's the difference. But he was earlier, and I did call him on it. All right, go ahead. What you were saying.
yeah, I'm a little confused what Frank is saying because if you remember
Just ignore
when
him.
I first came over here, we were trying to go positive, and there wasn't all this panel verse horse shit. And
No,
then
that kind of came.
you and Chris, as we progressed, you and Chris started butting heads, so I just kind of backed up.
It's not so much that we butted heads as that I watched him deteriorate before my eyes on the stream, and nothing that I said or tried to do could stop it or help. and that seems to be a common theme on here.
I could give you my opinion, but I don't know if it's right.
Well, it's just an opinion.
I think it was the misery took over. Somewhere in his life, there was something causing him misery.
And I didn't pick up on it. Well, I did,
Well,
like toward the end. It was
at
obvious.
the end, but by
But
then,
also with him and another person about the same time, they had some resentments towards me that were building up that they weren't telling me about and not doing anything about, and they just kept building and building. And so
till
when
it
things
blew up,
broke at the end, it was way more than just the one little thing that broke it.
more than in
And
one incident.
if we had had open dialogue before then, those resentments would not have had built up. They would have had a chance to be resolved. And that's why
Correct.
I'm very nervous and suspicious of people that don't engage in open dialogue. That there's a resistance to it.
Hundred
It doesn't
percent.
build trust.
Now, to answer one of Frank's other questions, sometimes I just go to channels for the entertainment of it, nothing else. And I will
What do you find
contribute.
entertaining?
It depends. Here lately, I've been, if the show starts off as crap, I don't even stay to watch it.
Because
If
a
they're
lot of what
talking
I see
about,
lately is people reviewing content from other channels and talking about it, and then turning
or
that into entertainment.
or they get into this, uh, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? This huge argument. They call it a debate, but it always turns into a bloodbath.
Oh yeah, the blood sports.
Religion versus morality, or atheism versus Catholicism, and it just I try to go to these channels to learn something, and then it turns into a bloodbath, and I'm like, screw this. This ain't what I'm here for. And yeah, I got sucked up into it. You did too. But we're climbing our way back out. And Frank,
I
me
didn't
and
get
Frank,
sucked. I never got sucked in the sense that I was addicted
uh,
to hanging out on other panels all day long.
not hanging out on
I
other
got
panels,
I
but
streamed on my own channel a lot.
it came to your channel.
It did come to my channel, but
That's
I
what I'm
didn't seek.
talking
What I'm
about.
saying is, I didn't seek it out. So I wasn't sitting at home saying, "I need some
Oh, right,
drama.
right,
Let me
right,
go
right.
find some place to huff it."
But it came to your channel, and you slowly got pulled in a little bit.
Not even
Where you,
slowly. It's almost like
yeah,
just a
you had
tidal
all
wave
these.
washed over.
I don't know what they call themselves over there, but that group.
And there's what I'm learning. Also, there's more than one Panelverse sector. There's the
Yeah.
Dramaverse.
Oh my God, there's a bunch.
There's whatever part Talcott comes from. I call that the Panelverse because that was the first
Yes,
part of the
that's
Panelverse I
Panelverse.
discovered.
I would call it Panelverse.
It's more like the Trutherverse, and then you have the Dramaverse.
But I've never done anything to try to hurt Jeff. Period. Even when Jeff told me to leave the first time, I left for a while. But I
I
didn't have
told you to
nothing
leave.
negative. Yes, you did.
Like, I did. I kick you off for a moment because something was going on panel, or I told you not to come back.
You told me as long as Mike is here, I'd appreciate it if you weren't. And
Oh,
Mike was over here a lot, so I said, "Well,
so you
there's
didn't
no sense
bother.
of well, yeah, there was no sense in me going over there because I knew as soon as I typed in chat, he would see it, and then he'd have something to say, and then it would start a chain reaction between the two of us. And that's not what you wanted, so I respected what you had to say in that regard.
Cause
And Frank, you can believe me or not, I can't help that.
yeah, Mike kind of did. He was his own era. He got his own era. We entered the Mike era, and then it was either you can handle Mike on a panel or you can't. And if you can't, don't come up while he's here.
Well, yeah, and then it got to the point where even if I was typing in chat, he'd have something to say. So I said, "Well, it's best that I just not be here to start any
That's what I
trouble."
do. Panels that
But I did still come by and drop donations and go about my way, did I not?
you did, and I thank you for
Okay.
that very much.
Because hell, I remember got here and what was it? Maybe 75 people.
Well, I want to say that I welcome you. Like, I appreciate your latest visits here, and I'm getting a
Well,
lot out of them. And so I don't want you to
so
think
do I. To be
not
honest
come.
with you, so do
But
I. Because I
if
love the
Mike's on here and you
spiritual.
show up, y'all can't fight, or the same thing's gonna
I
happen.
don't plan on it. I won't do that to you. I have
And
respect.
Mike's
That's why
been
I won't
doing
do it.
his part really well. So he's been
And,
contributing what I ask people to come and
yeah, and
contribute.
I can't make Mike say or do anything. Mike is Mike. He's his own person. It's up to him to decide what he wants to do. He
Hmm.
does a lot of stupid shit, but that's on him.
Well, I'm
You
only
know,
interested in the good shit, and as long as
right?
he's able to bring that, Mike hasn't fucked me over. He's talked about me on other channels after saying
Oh
he would never
yeah,
do that, but I never really expected him not to in the first place. And I'm strengths based. That's been my approach for when I was teaching. That's been my approach as a peer counselor. I focus on what people can do. What are the assets that they bring? How can we build on those? I don't get too caught up on
because I
the
learned the lesson
negatives
to
that are
keep.
about them unless they directly fuck me over or impact me some way.
And I learned my lesson about trying to get between you and another person, between you and Chris, woo, and then uh me and Mike. And I'm like, well, okay, I better just not, because yeah, I'll fight fire with fire. If I forget where I came from, it's easy to redo those bad habits, those bad traits
Well,
that
maybe
people have.
there's an opportunity now for people that want to have a place to start
Well, that's where
developing
I'm
some new
at.
habits and sharing
That's
like
where I'm at
habits with each other.
with this panel verse. That's where I'm at. I want,
I'm trying to get Chuck to help build something.
well,
Where are you with the panelverse?
to get away from the negativity. Because if I can't find anything positive, then I'm just going to stay away from it totally.
I don't
Because
believe that you will.
I got to the point where I was just telling you that, like, damn, why am I so drained? I shouldn't be
Oh
drained.
yeah.
And it's affecting me. And I could tell it was affecting me. And I'm like, I don't like this. So I had to back up and do a personal inventory and see, okay, you're fucking up here, you're fucking up there, and I can't blame anybody else. It was on me.
Yeah, I don't like it either. Maybe we can build something that people can come to and not get drained. Like they can get excited or
Right.
inspired or stimulated. I thought we had something like that going for a minute, but it got popped.
Yeah, I don't, it went sideways. I don't know how, why, what.
I know exactly how because people are using very poor judgment about the people involved. The same way a lot that all this stuff always goes sideways, and they don't take my input into account.
Yeah. And
And I have a
I'm,
record for knowing I'm Virgo rising. I have that critical analysis filter that I run everything through, that objective realities that I see things, I notice things, I put together patterns, I have experience to draw to, and I run it through all of that. And I try to offer that to people so that they can make intelligent decisions.
yeah, no two
So
people are the same
it's
when you're
not
working with
me
them.
like just spurging out randomly, but it's that I can back it up with specific observations and reasonings. Yes, Frank, that's another thing. Believe it or not, I have been getting feedback about that, and people are really not enjoying the drunks or the stoners so much anymore now that there's potential for new content.
Yeah, I've
They're
been
wanting to
getting,
see the new stuff, and they're saying that the recreational stuff, like the bar atmosphere, which I helped
yep,
create,
yep.
is starting to now distract from better stuff. And that's what I'm trying to do, because the purpose of the disintegration is to loosen everything up so that things can stratify into new layers and kind of
Mel. Yep.
resettle. And the drunk and stoner stuff is starting to settle as a bottom layer as this new layer starts to emerge, and the contrast is starting to show.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. And before, we didn't
The
have the higher stuff to kind of show the drunk stuff for what it was.
last few months I've had people holler at me and get mad at me because I would say, is it really necessary to display your cannabis on the camera? Is it really necessary
People are
to
so
show smoke in it?
married to it's part of their identity. If they can't do it,
Exactly. And
and
they
I
would
don't
get
have a problem
mad.
with that, but
Oh,
there's so
well, we
many
need
channels
legal.
that's the specific content is for people to go and do that kind of
But then
stuff.
they would say, then the conversation would be about kids, the harm to kids about things. And I'm like, what do you think you're showing them by being on camera, toking up a bong or a big bowl?
All I know
Well,
is that the advertising guidelines consider it glorifying recreational drug use, and I get bumped down to yellow
mm-hmm.
when it happens. And so people that respect my channel and would like to see it be successful would naturally not want to do something like that. They'd be like, okay, yeah, I don't want to fuck up Jeff's channel. I want to see it grow and succeed. So let
Just
me just
because
discreetly off to the side with my camera off. No big deal. Don't have to draw attention to it. Do my thing.
just because I can do it doesn't mean I should do it all the time.
And it doesn't mean you should do it in places where people are specifically asking you not to do it. Because it's
Yeah.
going to help them. If you don't do this thing, it's going to help all of us, what I'm trying to do here. And if you do this thing, it's going to hurt what I'm trying to do here, because it's going to demonetize me. I'm going to get less funding to do it with. And so, and it's in the community guidelines. Y'all can read them. But my assumption for everybody coming here is that you are here because you want to participate in the mission of this channel. So if you're here doing that, that's communicating something other than you're here to help the channel
I was
grow.
I was talking to a content creator and I says, you're kind of running a contradiction here. When somebody comes up on camera and they're got their beer can or their beer bottle,
Or their
in
Gatorade
your
lightweight.
face, but yet you gripe about that, but yet when someone comes up with these, big bowls or bongs, you don't say a word. I mean,
And
it's
I used to not care really until I was monetized, but is it that big of an ask to, now that I'm monetized, to
no,
ask people to
people are
be
selfish,
discreet?
Jeff. People are selfish.
Well,
Who
I
are
guess
you to?
that's what I'm trying to do, is filter out the selfish people, because that's what you said the ego was and the shadow. I'm trying to filter out the people that can step just a little bit beyond the self. It doesn't have to be too much, to so that
Right.
other people can benefit and we can have a functioning community.
I mean, if somebody wants to drink or smoke, I don't. That's their business.
I honestly,
If
I don't even know, other than some of the Brits that come over here, I don't know who's drunk or not, because I
well, you
can't
got
tell. Because the people that do come on
Doc.
here and get drunk are so articulate and able to engage in conversation, which is all I ask, that I can't even tell.
Yeah, but
We don't get a lot of sloppy drunks here.
and under this program that I work, if somebody wants to do that stuff, fine, no problem. If somebody wants help not doing that stuff, then that's where I come in. I try to help if I
What
can
kind of help do you give?
through the program, like I'm
Like,
doing with
let me tell
you.
you about this program.
No, let me tell you about me
Oh,
and what I did, my experience, my strength, and my hope, and where I was at and where I'm at now, and the difference in my life. If you're wanting to know, but I'm not going to force it on anybody. It's like what we were talking about a while
I
ago.
don't know who would pass up a Chuck story. They don't know what they're missing.
A lot of people don't like my stories
Oh my God,
because especially when I get into recovery talk, I hit a nerve, and they're like,
Have you
"Oh, we don't
seen
want to hear
Hollywood
this."
lately? Like one Chuck could revitalize the whole industry.
I
I'm
wish. Just
serious.
give me the money. Show me the money.
Right? Yeah. Sure. No,
I
I
know
get
you're
more out of your
hungry.
stories than anything on Netflix right now.
Well, that's a good thing.
Wait,
I
that was
got more.
Frank's album?
What's that? You
Yeah,
got me
it is.
earlier when you was discussing your love thing.
Who? Wait, what?
You were discussing love earlier in your show, and you went deep with it, and it just poked me right through the heart because I know exactly what you were talking about when you have to walk someone you love to the end. And I'm not trying to bring you down, but I mean, you just, mm,
It doesn't bring me down. Actually, it empower having that memory activate empowers me because it reminds me of me at my best, and it reminds me of what I'm most important. Some of the things
yep.
that are most important to me.
And like I learned, a problem shared is half repaired.
That did help. Like when
To let
I
it
was
out.
like non-functional for almost 2 weeks.
Shit, two
I was so
months.
struck by shock. I was just a living zombie. I couldn't do anything. And it was people from the community that would show up and like help me get dishes done. They'd take me to walk around the block. They take me to the
Oh,
store.
they
And
put
that
me
is
off.
what that connection, that sharing is what
Uh huh.
helped come out of it.
They put me off work for 2 months because of it. Work did.
What link, Frank? Wait, what put you off 2 months?
The loss of loved
Oh,
ones,
the grief.
the grief.
Oh my
Yes,
God, 2 months. I don't know how people go back to work in just 2 months.
I didn't know which way
I
was
didn't even
up.
start to feel normal for like 8, 9, maybe a year.
No, I'm talking about 2 months before I could function again.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds very normal to me. Like, and I've told the story many times, but it started to turn around when two things happened. I got some actual real food in me, some fresh fruit, meats, that kind
Yeah,
of stuff, and I went out to Death Valley camping, and I slept under the stars with no blanket on just a pillow, and I had so much peace, like just being out in the desert. So it was like this spirituality came over me, and
tranquility.
I
Yep.
got this little second of calm that allowed everything to start turning
That
around.
that was God doing for you what you couldn't do for yourself.
It felt natural. It felt like it came from the environment, the setting, but it gave me just that pause where my mind could start taking it from there. I wasn't
Working again.
overwhelmed and
Yep.
swamped with it. Speaking of wisdom, let's see what wisdom we're going to get tonight.
Yo,
Mr. Mike, welcome,
The
sir.
Cerrone
I was
Pepperoni.
just on
What's up?
CTs, man. It's wild over there. It's
Did
crazy.
you come
I
here to
don't
calm
care.
down and like
I don't
get a
care.
different energy?
No, it's great. It's fun. It's because we're having a really
Don't come
fun.
infect us.
We're having a fun conversation over here. It's just funny as
What's it
hell. And
about?
CTs. We were talking about like incels. That was the main topic. Christopher Columbus and incel. The incel, mind frame. You know, and school shooters and but the incel mentality where a young man just gives up on relationships and then almost like becomes like a hermit, but then turns into like someone violent. And it's great. It's funny because CT's like dude, me and him get along so good, and he'll put people backstage, but he always pulls me back up, and it's like, and we just, but yeah, people come
I know
up there, man,
somebody
and
else
they
who
just
does that.
they act crazy, man. But I'm gonna pop back over in a minute. I just wanted to pop up and say hello.
That's it. Like
But
you were on CTs and you like, wait, I got to go tell Jeff real quick about it. That's
no,
so
no, I just
cool.
want to come over and say hello to Jeff because I saw you online. I wanted to say what's up to you.
I'm
You know,
touched.
Yeah, and I'll go back over. He's got like 290 people in the room.
Oh my
It's fucking
god, definitely
wild.
dope. Hey, mention my channel. Oh, no, maybe not
I
if they're
do, I
drama
do.
people, but
Yeah, check this out. CT got. I was on there for about 2 hours. He's already got like $1,000 in super chats. It's fucking crazy. And it's
from
not me. It
you?
has nothing to do with
How
me.
come
No,
I
no,
don't know?
no.
Nobody's giving me
Not me.
shit these days.
There's two
Where's
guys, right?
Get me some super chats real quick before you go.
There's Savage Red Dave, and then there's this guy from Africa, right? But he has like stake in an oil company, and they keep paying $100 to kick each other off, and they keep doing it. It was like $1,000 in like an hour and a half, and he's getting like you always get the $2 ones and the
So it's
$5
kickoff
ones.
money?
Yeah, but they'll pay to come back on. Like they'll match it, dude. I'm like, CT's making bank,
It's
bro.
It's the drama money, Jeff.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know how to incorporate kickoff
crazy.
money into a channel for personal
Yeah,
growth. It seems like it would
You'll
clash.
yeah.
destroy your channel if that's what you're trying to do.
So
Yeah, I
over
think I'll
there,
hold out for the money I feel good about.
I've only been kicked off
Those
over there
virtue
a couple
dollars.
times, like maybe 2 or 3 times for like 5 minutes. But the cool thing about that
Oh yeah, I've done
CT
that
is
too.
that his main mod is like one of my very good friends, so she doesn't allow people to play all that bullshit.
Yeah.
And but no, see, dude.
My
You gotta
main
watch.
mod doesn't either.
Go back and watch it, man. It's funny. She's $100, $100, $100, $100. Like Jesus,
Oh
it's like
Lord.
10 times.
Well,
Yeah,
you
and I'm
keep
like,
that energy though, and then come try it
yeah.
on here one night. I'd be open to
But
that.
check it out. These are PayPal's. They're not Cash Apps, so they only take about 2%. So he's making like.
Oh yeah,
I'm
and Cash
like,
App doesn't take that much either compared to
yeah,
YouTube.
like 2%. But if you do the YouTube stuff, then they take like 35%, 30 or 35%.
They take a third.
Yeah, yeah.
30%.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
send a
30.
$10 super chat, I'm only getting
Yeah.
$6 from it.
Yeah. See, dude, you got to learn CT. CT's a master, bro, and it's like, and I did my power forward
Well-
a couple times tonight. So I'm sorry to cut you off, Chuck, but people were attacking, and CT goes, and I just go in, right, and it's
Well,
it's
he's
funny,
not
it's
trying
funny.
to
Oh, he
help
gives you the little
nobody.
signal like troll.
Yeah,
girl.
yeah, just go in.
Yeah, he's
just
not
go
trying to help nobody. It's just about the
Yeah.
money.
in.
Right,
Go
the
in.
money. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
trying. Do you have before you go real quick? Do you have anything that you can leave with us that might help somebody, some wisdom or something?
No, I mean
Positivity.
It
Positivity.
doesn't have to be. It can be dark as long as it helps
Yeah.
people.
I can hang for a little bit, but the whole thing's I want people is I don't know if your numbers going. I want your numbers to go up because I know you were.
Oh,
didn't have a whole lot of
they've
people.
been decent tonight considering
Yeah,
it's
good.
just a kind of self-help
I'm
topic.
surprised I didn't run them off.
Those don't really bring huge numbers.
I was
to
going to
begin
come
with.
up, or I would, so Jeff and Chuck, salute to you. I'm sorry I didn't say hello, Chuck. But
You're fine.
I was going to come up earlier, and I think me and Chuck are on good terms now. Chuck still hates me.
Oh my God! I
No,
totally forgot. I
don't.
was supposed to have y'all paddle together. Look how
I
good y'all
don't
are
hate
doing.
you, Mike.
This
I
is
don't
growth,
hate you.
y'all. Personal growth right here.
No, it's a joke.
God is doing for us what we can't do for
This is
ourselves.
healing.
I was going to say that Chuck hates me, but he tolerates me. He's like I'm like the guy at the dinner table that sits at the kids' table. Like, go sit over at the kids.
No, I tolerate you for Jeff.
I was about to say,
How's
I
that?
think you both
Yeah.
respect my channel enough to
Yes.
not call that. I think that's part of what it is, and I appreciate that so
Exactly.
much. That is
Yeah.
what I'm trying to.
Well, I
get
respect what you're
from
trying to
people
build, sir.
Yeah. I was going to come.
It
I was
helps.
going to come up earlier. So when I first came home, I saw you were online, and then you had someone on there on your panel that I don't get along with. Not you, Chuck. Chuck, it's not you. And I was like, I'll wait till that person leaves.
That is the
So
thing
then,
to do.
yeah. So then
That's
I
what
went
That's
over
what
to
I
CT's
did.
and-
That's what I
and
used to do.
Yeah, we're ripping it up, we're laughing, we're having a good time, good old time. And
Hey, Atlanta.
so I was like, once that person left, I popped and said, hey man, hey, what's up? So I don't want any conflict, and this is not a drama channel. That's
Well,
you'll
well,
understand
that's
it's
where
not
you.
a drama
But that's the channel you're on. Is a high conflict
No,
channel.
he's talking about here. This
Yeah.
is the drama
Oh.
oasis where they come
Okay.
and take a break and chill
Yeah.
out.
Gotcha.
Yeah, just it's like you decompress. Jeff, is that a good
Yeah.
term? Decompress. You just
Yeah,
decompress
and
from
we
all-
can analyze
Very
it,
good
because
word.
I can use my Virgo rising powers and we can analyze it.
Yeah.
And don't go
That's about it.
woo-woo
I don't
because
want
I
to
don't
like
know all that
rehash it
stuff.
and relive it again for people, like act it out.
Yeah. And Jeff, the thing with you is that if you want to come on like a platform like a CT or something like that, you have to be like real fast paced. And with your mentality, you have much more of a kind heart. then the people that are up there,
Ooh.
they're people up there are nuts. They're
They
nuts up
would
there.
they
I
would
think I
eat
would.
Jeff.
Me and my old co-host Chris ended up on there one night, and it
Yeah.
was wild. And Chris got into it with some of the panelists. I just kind of sat back and let him go.
Do you not remember I was up there with you one night? I was up there with you.
Were
We were
you
on the
there
same.
that night?
Yes, yes.
And there was that guy with the mask, the racist with the
Yeah,
mask. He
yeah.
looked somebody at the
Be
Watchmen.
brave. Be brave. Yeah, we
The
were.
old
Be
guy.
brave. Oh
Yeah,
Lord. There's a character.
yeah. A while. It's insane, man.
Oh, they
Insane.
are. They
And
shot up by almost
yeah,
4.
That was one of the
yeah.
channels I had to drop, Jeff.
They're gonna drop when they realize he's not here for drama, and Mike has other
Yeah, yeah.
sides to him besides just drama and
It's just,
conflict.
as you say,
I'm sick of the
multifaceted.
drama.
I am
Yeah,
too. We did Mad Libs the other day. We had a blast. It was so much
yeah,
fun. So finding more things we can do that are fun.
yeah. And you can a lot of people restream other people's channels. I know you don't do that. You'll maybe look at a clip or
I
something like
like
that.
having
But
my own content. It just seems
exactly, because that a
it,
content creator. Hear me out, Jeff.
it
A content creator creates content. They
Damn it.
don't
yeah,
run
it's
someone
I know
else's
I
content.
can make my own content, so if I have to stream somebody else, it's like a less than I know I can do. Why would
I
I
I
do
said this to
should
that
have
if
I
I
somebody.
could
should have
do
restreamed earlier. Didn't even think about it.
Check this
oh to
out,
your
Jeff. I
channel?
said this to somebody.
Yeah.
Jeff and Chuck. I
I,
think this is
I
a really great analogy, right? You have a chef, and you have someone that just reheats leftovers. In other words, there's content creators who are the chefs, and then the dirt bags are they just
Oh
reheat the
yeah, or
leftovers.
the ones that like the food that
Yeah,
the grocery store throws away,
yeah,
they get it and go try
yeah.
to peddle it to,
They
yeah, they
climb
are.
into the dumpster and pull it out.
But then also I've seen a lot of them
Yeah,
add some very witty and entertaining commentary that like I would rather watch that person
yeah,
watch the thing than just watch the thing itself.
yeah.
So
I,
some of
I've
them
been
do turn it into its own form of entertainment.
I've been very happy lately. I've been very positive lately, and I feel really good. And even like when I was on CTs,
I do
there
too.
was people being very like disrespectful to other people, and I'll wait. See, I wait, so I pounce when I have to. I pounce, and I wait. I pounce. But once I get the nod, I go in, right? And the thing is, I'm not cursing. I'm not threatening anybody. It's just like I will circle them in. I'll circle them. I'll take them around. But you said this, and what do you mean by this? And they start getting more and more frustrated. And you're like, and then someone will pay to drop them. So I do this on purpose to make the channel owner money. I piss people off
Oh,
to
so
get the
you
channel owner.
activate people and then they
Yes,
pay
yeah,
to get
yeah,
dropped. Oh, wow.
Well, you also thrive on it.
yeah. I do. It's
Yeah.
great.
But
It's
that
it's
does
it's
kind of undo all the personal growth that that person did for the
No,
week
no, it's
if you
mental
get them to that
gymnastics to
state.
get the no, it's mental gymnastics to get the person that's being an a-hole off the panel, but get the
But
channel
you
owner.
said they're not an a-hole till you make them, like you provoke them into
No,
being
no,
an
no, no.
a-hole.
Mm-hmm.
They're being an a-hole. They're being an a-hole to someone
You're
else,
on
not
the
to me.
right track, Jeff. You're on the
Like
right track
in other words,
dissecting that.
they're attacking someone else, or they're attacking the host, and I wait, I
Or you just put
wait.
the little signal and then you
Yeah,
go in.
and then boom, I just
You
go in.
pounce.
Yeah, yeah. But no, it is what it is. But I curtail now. I don't curse.
You
I'm very
curtail.
particular what I say. If someone was to come to my home, I'll defend myself.
I'm adding that to my T-shirt book. I don't curse. I
Yeah,
curtail.
yeah, yeah. I curtail my speech now, right? And the last go around, and I got really upset because um, that kid is still going to panels, and he should not be there because he was already told to leave YouTube, because he's facing, harassment charges. But like I said, that's not here or there. But the thing is that, for mental growth, if you come on panels and you're calling people's homes and you're threatening them, you should probably take a step away, right? Take a step away, self-reflect. And that's what I did, Jeff. I was like, I'm not doing the right thing. I need to calm down. I need to reinvent myself and come up better and be,
It
a
seems
better
like we'd
person.
see more of an arc of change over the streams, which
Yeah,
we have seen. There is an arc
yeah.
there of change to see, but I don't know if it's as pronounced.
I just have this thing. I
Because there's
have this
some
thing.
loops too, where the same
Yeah.
patterns keep showing up.
Jeff, the problem with me is the Leo. If I was not born a Leo, Jeff, I'd be
I'm
a
learning
much.
about that Leo. That lion
Yeah,
is nothing nice.
yeah. And it's just and I think that's
Of
why
course,
me and
neither is the
Randy.
scorpion. I don't have much room to
But I mean, something
cast.
about the Lion, something about the Leo, man. The Leo is just something. I can't explain it. And My brother's a Leo.
It's
My brother's a Leo,
It's
right? So
it's an excuse.
no, it's
for
not.
what?
No, Chuck, it's not, bro. You have this fire in you that you can't. You have to try to control it. I'm telling you, it's a sun sign.
No,
Like it's
I believe I
yeah,
see it, and I've
yeah,
known Leos, and
yeah.
the ex
It's a
was a Leo. He
fire,
had it
bro.
too.
And being an Italian, being a Sicilian Leo, you're already crazy enough being Sicilian. And now you're a Sicilian Leo. It's like you like TNT. And my brother's a
Right.
Leo as well. My brother's
But
check this out.
but you don't have to explode if you
You,
do the shadow work.
I try. I
But you're
try
not a
my
Leo.
hardest. I try my hardest. I try. You can't understand it. But my brother, so check this out. My brother is July 25th, right? I'm July 26th. We're one day apart, born. But I am 10 years older than my brother, which is a weird coincidence. We're 10 years apart. And he's a Leo. And he's just like me. He's fiery as fuck, right? He's just like,
Mm.
"Rah!" like he's the same exact way. And he was a mama's boy. He was raised right. We were both raised right. I got more trauma than he did because I was older. I got more trauma
Trauma
than he
from your
did. But
mama.
yeah. Just just like mean words and punishment stuff like that. But it's just the whole thing is that. But he learned how to calm down. You know why? Do you know why my brother's so chill now? Do you know why? Take a guess. Why he's so chill? He's like,
Marijuana.
what's? Yes, yes, yep. They smoke weed 2-3
Yeah, I
times a
live in
day.
Washington State.
Yeah. Once he got into the marijuana, and it's legal. He has the card and everything because he has some back issues. So he got it for pain. So he's got it's all legal. It's not illegal.
Yeah,
And
as long as you're not glorifying it too much.
he comes over and he's like, and he goes, "Hey man, what's up, brother?" He gives me a hug and shit. He just had a newborn, bro. He had a newborn, bro. I'm sorry, I said 10 years. It's 8 years. He's 42 years old and he has a newborn at 42 years old. That's rough, bro. I had my son at 23. He's 43 and has a newborn. But
Try 50.
he's
Try
yeah,
50.
You had 50.
50 years old. Jesus Christ. Chuck, you're still shooting. You're not shooting blanks no more, bro. You're shooting the
That's
good
for
ones.
sure. That's for sure, brother. I gotta jump
Well, at
off so I
least the
can go
gut still
charge my
works, I
phone.
guess.
Yo,
You have what?
Chuck's eating
My
that good
phone's
protein.
dying. I gotta go
Getting that,
get a
Oh
charger.
no! Are you gonna come back with
good
more
protein.
Jesus? We still have a prayer to do.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
I'll be right
Jesus
back.
Santa Maria. Santa
Is it
Maria.
possible to become a Jesus addict? Is that something that could be an
No,
addiction?
if you're not careful.
Yeah. I got my
Especially if they
rosary.
do the new Jesus that I have in mind.
I
That'd
gotta
be a
go.
very
I gotta
easy
go
addiction.
tomorrow. I gotta make a prayer here in a little bit. I wrap it around my hand, and I gotta pray a little bit later. Because what we do is we wrap it around our hand, and then we pray. We put the rosary on our hand and we pray.
You have to write the prayer. It's one already made. You just have to say
Yeah.
it.
No, I speak freely. I don't dictate my prayers. I will talk about what's going on that week or that day or that month, and I ask for forgiveness. I ask for healing. I ask for him to make me a better person in my heart. And the biggest thing I ask for is him to protect my son because my son is in very dangerous areas.
Mhm.
And he was in Detroit about 6 months ago, doing security work, and
That's all you really have to
there
say
was like
to God.
shootings and
Dear
stuff,
God,
and
my
I pray
son
that
is in Detroit.
Lord, please protect Nicholas. Please protect him. Please look out for him. He's a good man. He loves you. He's a Roman Catholic. He's converted into he believes in you, believes in Jesus Christ, your son. And I just pray to protect my
Does
son
it
because
does it help you? Does all that help you? Does it take away
it,
your
it alleviates a
flaws and
lot of
make you better?
it doesn't make my flaws, but it alleviates a lot of my stress. Like if I'm worrying about him, and I pray to God, and I believe He's going to look out for him. It lets me de-escalate,
That's
my
powerful,
stress
even
level.
if it's not technically
Yeah,
real. I can still see the
my
power in
stress
that.
level. Yeah,
How often a
and
day do you do it, and how long do you pray each time?
sir, I pray. I pray 2 times a day. I usually pray in the morning, and it's like 2-3 minutes, and then at night, it depends on what happened in the day. A prayer can be one
You're like,
minute, or it can be
God, let
five,
me
six.
tell you, I need to talk. Let me tell you what happened.
Yeah, yeah. And then sometimes I'll break out in prayer in the middle of the day. Like no, I'm telling you, like I'll just start
To
praying like,
yourself or out loud?
no, just out loud. I'm telling you. So it's like when I feel
Always
like
a surprise. Always.
when I feel like I want to admit something. In other words, if I feel like I've wronged somebody, or I made a bad decision, or I did something
Can you
stupid.
do what does it sound like to break out in a prayer?
Well, I'm not gonna. I can't do a fake prayer. But
Dear Lord, I was mean to Chuck
Yeah,
today.
I don't elevate my voice. I'm not on a pulpit. You know, it's
Dear
just basically
God.
just saying. Yeah, it's just saying. You know, I
That
say
thing I
Lord. I
did
say
on
Lord.
the paddle today.
Yeah. I don't pray
That
to
was
Jesus.
wrong.
I pray to God. I pray to Lord. I say, Lord, you know, I hope you're not mad at me. And I talk to him like I'm talking to like you. I don't talk like,
That's how I used to talk
Lord,
to Jesus.
Lordy, Lordy, you know, like woo hoo hoo, and I start tap dancing. No, I just talk
Who does?
yeah, Lordy, Lordy, like church fans and shit going like the church fans, Lordy, Lordy. It's just like I literally just I talk like I'm talking to you. I stop and I just say, Lord, you know, I think I made a mistake. You know, I think I did some stupid stuff today. I hope you forgive me, and you know, guide me through a better decision next time. You know, and I truly apologize. And I say, I always, you know, what's in my heart. You know, and you know, I love you and I fear you. And this is, you know, it's just a
How
simple prayer.
I'm interested in this love fear thing because to me
Yeah.
they would make
Mhm.
each other difficult to coexist. It's hard to
Well, the thing
fear
is, this is the
what you
thing.
love and love what you fear.
When you truly love your father, you know, you love him, but you also fear him. And what
I
you're
know where you're
fearing
going.
is you're fearing his disappointment. We talked about this last time. You're fearing your father's
I fear
disappointment,
other people's not necessarily my
right?
father, but I know the feeling of fearing disappointment.
But the
It's more the
difference,
form of not being enough.
but the difference is what
I'm
I
gonna
believe is
let them
that
down from not being adequate enough.
I have my birth father who gave me life, but who gave all of them life is God Himself. So your real father is
He
not your
was the
birth
original
father.
nutsack.
Your real father is actual God. And I'm terrified of him because at any moment you're gone. You're gone at any moment, you know. So all you're trying to do is please him by living the best life you can. But the thing is that we're built and we're created to constantly make mistakes. We're going to constantly let him down. We are.
I don't
We're
know
going
if
to
we
let him down
I like every now and then
constantly.
most people make a mistake, but I don't know if you
Constantly.
constantly are making mistakes, you're just a fuck up.
No, but no, that's how we're created to be flawed. But the thing
A
is
lot of
that
people are, yeah.
what he does is he looks at your progression and what's in your true heart. Were you to blame in this situation? Did you mean well? Did you atone for it? Did you, did you make amends for it? You know, so in other words, I believe that life is a report card. I truly believe it's a report card. And when you pass, he looks at your report card. What grade did you get? Now, this is an analogy. And, did he do more good than bad? Do I give him a pass or do I not give him a pass? You know, do I send him back or do I let him go to heaven? This is what I choose to believe. So listen, it's a very complex theory. You know, religion is literally the biggest thing that people ever fought over in the history of mankind. Religion is the focus of what people die and fight over forever. You know, it's the unknown. It's kind of like a UFO. It's like the unknown. Like, what is out there? Is there really a heaven? Is there really a hell? Is this real? Is God real? The two rocks really just hit together and make a civilization.
Well, even if
What?
there's not a heaven or a hell,
Yeah,
there's at least us and each
yeah,
other. And so
there is.
does
But
like I'm looking for the potential of God in that. And
yeah, yeah. How do
compassion
you?
today gave me kind of like a little starting point. I'm
And
just
then what?
looking for some higher
Yeah,
emotions that are involve the higher parts of the brain and not just
yeah,
the reptile limbic, like the amygdala part. And
yeah.
compassion could be one of them. Laughter, if it's humane laughter, not laughter at somebody's expense. Um,
Sure. Well, it's interesting. You know, you have the primate mentality where primates, they emulate us, they look like us, they move like us, but they're hominins, right? They don't have the skills that we have
I think
learning
we're
wise.
hominids.
Well, I think aren't they hominins? I'm trying to think. I can't remember. It's been so many years, man.
Because chimpanzees, I believe, are the closest ancestors to
Yeah,
us. But
yeah,
yeah, you have the monkeys, and they seem like they have emotions and stuff. And
they do, and
but
they cry, and they have family, and you can see it, right? But they're primordial, right? They're extremely violent, But
primordial
listen,
monkeys.
so are humans, So we're humans. So who's more of an animal, the human being or the primate? So is it reverse evolution? It's like, these are theories that if you sit and think about it, I may sound like a weirdo right now, but if you think about evolution, it's very interesting.
You you
And what, yeah,
you make a point because it's like with humans because they're
yeah,
capable of so much goodness in the heights that when you do see the animal, it appears even more disturbing because it's contrasted with everything else that humans are
yeah,
capable. With a monkey, you don't see they don't have like all the higher parts. So when they're acting like an animal,
yeah.
it does look more. It does look the human animal does look more savage than the monkey does being an animal. When you
I
see
don't
the
I
human
don't know
animal,
the.
it does seem more like frightening.
You could look this up. There's a book. I read it years ago. I can't remember the author. The book is called The Human Animal, and it relates into. So look up the book The Human Animal, and it's a very very popular book into like psychology of like human evolution and things like the human animal. And humans are. I think humans
Weston,
are.
let's see, a personal view of the human species. Oh, and it's
Yeah,
free on
it's
archive.
it's a great book, man. You got to read it. I read it years and years ago. It's a human animal, and it shows you like the psychology and the how humans move and things like that. And it,
The cover's pretty wild.
yeah, the human animal.
What does he do? Yeah. Yeah, we are the human
And
animal, but the
yes,
human part of the human animal makes all the difference. That's where our potentiality lies. That's where our creativity, everything we're able to do
yeah,
that animals can't to lift ourselves into a world of humanness.
and That's why I believe the theory, and I truly believe this. And this goes against my religious beliefs. If the priest heard me say this, he'd get mad at me. But I do believe at one point we were seeded by like otherworldly beings. I believe that.
Stop. Stop,
I'm
girl.
telling you, when I saw the movie,
Hang on, let me
I'm not trolling you. When I saw the movie Prometheus, when the creators came and they seeded the humans, and they came from, basically like apes to like actual upright, intelligent beings, it has to come from somewhere.
Is
Evolution
that
didn't go
is
there.
that because people can't accept evolution? It's an alternative explanation for why we're as
It is.
advanced as
It
we
is.
are. It can't be
It is.
monkeys, so it has to be some extra dimensional or extraterrestrial entity to explain it. That seems like
Jeff, you tell me
mythological
this. Jeff,
thinking.
you tell me this. How the hell can a chimpanzee look like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl from
It
Sweden
doesn't.
a couple
It's
thousand
not a
years ago?
chimpanzee. It's a
Doesn't
different
make
species that
sense.
evolved from
Doesn't make sense.
the line of chimpanzees.
And then then you have if you get into if you get into UFO like lore, they had the tall whites, the grays, they had all these different races, the Anunnaki, the giants. We ever see, and they actually have the giant skeletons, 8 foot tall skeletons. You see this, right? This is not fake.
We looked
It's
it
not
up on
fake.
stream one day. It's the headline
Yeah,
was the giant skeleton hoax in Ohio or
yeah.
something. For
Who knows? Who knows, man?
decades,
But these
people
things are
have
just,
been
yeah.
trying to pass off these skeletons as a giant, these bones.
They found pyramids. They found pyramids in different countries that predate Giza. They're finding all these different structures.
They
So
got hills of dirt on the LSU campus in Louisiana that's
yeah,
older than the pyramids.
yeah. So what I think is, I think this planet has survived and destroyed itself multiple times over.
Yeah, that part's probably
That's
true.
yeah,
Not maybe as
that's what I
destroyed
believe.
as you think, but it's definitely gone through cycles.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
different forms of life have dominated after each cycle.
Yeah. And and then the whole one thing I love the ocean, like the ocean exploration, like the trenches where there's
Oh, like
fish
the
down
deep sea
there.
the
Yeah,
creatures,
like the creatures down in the deep sea. You're like,
the
what
ones
the
that
hell
glow
does
and the
this
real
thing?
ugly, scary
Yeah.
ones, like the demon
Yeah.
fish.
They got like they got big fangs and they actually glow. They have like a little light. Like, what the
Yeah,
hell am I looking at? Like, put that on a plate with some fries. But yeah, it's
fish.
there's so many things. I think there's so many things in the universe and even in our own planet in the ocean, the deep trenches of the ocean, that we haven't even scratched the surface of what's there. And now, Jeff, don't get me started
There's
on
probably
Antarctica.
things in our own bodies that we haven't even scratched.
Yeah, apparently Antarctica, there's all kinds of structures under the ice. Apparently, allegedly, Admiral Byrd, look this up. Admiral Byrd back in the 40s was
There you go.
because remember the Nazis, they went really into like Antarctica exploration, and Admiral Byrd went there, and apparently there was structures under the ice. What I'm trying to say is that there was civilizations before the ice age, way before the ice age. So I believe that the planet has been started and stopped multiple times. That's what I'm getting at. I get it. I think
But
the
the
planet is much
mammal
older
age, I
than we
think,
feel.
was after the last ice age or something,
Yeah,
and then
I
humans
don't know,
evolved
man.
from the mammals as mammals.
And then the moon is a whole other
And I don't know
story.
if there's been anything
There's
since that stage.
no, no. It's like what. So we went to the moon a few times, and then apparently, allegedly, we don't we never gone back. And they claim as conspiracy theorists claim that they found structures on the moon on the dark side. They found structures like bases and stuff. I don't know. I've never been there, but it's interesting to talk about. Just to talk
What
about.
is? Yeah,
Just
I
talk about
guess
these things.
people they keep
Yeah,
saying how interesting it is.
yeah. But listen, I got to drop, man. I just want to come up and kind of visit you a little bit, but
It was fun. It was fun.
I'm not sure. Yeah, yeah, no doubt. But
So
look
I'm
at these
glad you
different
did. You
theories and
brought
just you make your own.
excitement and entertainment, and it
You,
wasn't negative.
yeah, dude, I've been super positive, man. So yeah,
Good.
but
That's where I'm going for. So
you make your own assumptions, dude. I can pivot like no one can pivot, bro. And if someone comes up to
I don't
attack you,
I hope people show up with that, and if people want to
yeah,
be negative and troll and drama and stuff on other channels, that's fine.
yeah,
Don't involve my channel in it. That's my thing. That's
yeah.
all I'm asking is for people to respect the space I'm trying to create here, what I'm trying to do in it, and not
And I
involve my
stayed,
channel in the drama and trolling. And that's
and
where I'm gonna get.
I stayed off earlier because I didn't want to bring any drama to your channel. So hopefully you appreciate that.
Well, you're not really banished, and isn't it more of self-banishment anyway? I guess it's gonna be lifted when you and I have a conversation about lifting it. I have no clue what's going on, so um, I don't know the answer. I have to look out for my channel. I do know that. Oh, or do you want to come back up? Because you were going to bring a little bit more Jesus. Um, it's not that I want people not from the like. If you're from the Panelverse, you can't come here, and I underestimated just how much from the Panelverse you were. That I didn't. I totally missed. But because I don't monitor the Panelverse, I don't go to panel channels and say, "Oh, I saw
Yeah,
so and so in there. I don't
Moose,
want them here
Moose,
anymore." I don't
Moose.
want the trolling and the drama and the energy from the Panelverse on my channel because I think it takes people in the opposite direction from where I'm trying to take them here. So it's kind of pulling against what I'm trying to do. So it's the Panelverse energy that I'm trying to keep off of this channel and the trolling.
I think Moose has bailed from the panel verse too, from what I
No,
know.
no, no.
No,
That was a troll.
am I
That was a
wrong?
troll. He turned one of his trolls against my own channel, and I don't know why. And I don't know what I did to deserve that.
Well, bring him up and talk about it.
No, this is if he wants to have a conversation at all, we can have it like adults off stream.
Well, I was just offering, that's all. But no, that
So you were
prayer,
going to bring us some Jesus?
well, I was going to say that prayer I gave
Yeah,
you
yeah.
in the back, if you can write that out or print it out or look it up on your phone or whatever it is, for right now, I would just do that prayer every night,
Is it the one
every
you put in the
morning.
back, or you had a
The
prayer
one I
about
put it in the
anger?
back. Oh, the one about anger. Let me go find it right quick.
Because the one in
Got
the
it up.
back was really good, and it applied a lot.
Okay, give me a second.
Let me go find it. Okay, in the meantime, I will reread this prayer. God, or I suppose your higher power, whoever your higher power is, I offer myself to you, to thee, to you, to build with me. So does that mean I'm not building, like this force is going to build through me? I don't know if I want to keep a little bit of control of what I'm trying to build. Relieve me of the bondage of self. I think that's that move from Satanism to something else that the self can't do alone, can't accomplish on its own. That I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties or help me learn from them, because I don't ever expect them to completely go away. That victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. It sounds okay. It sounds good. I don't know what that is. I think your AI stuff has a lot of potential. Are you still looking for the prayer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. As I lay me down to sleep, I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. I used to say that one at night. And then Hail Mary, because it was a short one. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb. Blessed art thou amongst protect us from. Oh fuck! Come on, Mary. Let me look up that prayer. Hail Mary, hail Satan. Who can keep up? Ave Maria. Here we go, straight from the Vatican. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Because Mary is the intercessor. You can pray to Mary, and she'll boost your prayer. She's like extra power, because she can go tell your prayer to God as well. So you can tell it to God or the Holy Spirit or Jesus, because they're all the same person. And then as a backup, the Catholics could go tell, well, I'm going to go tell Mary too, just in case, and then she's going to remind you. And it worked. Look how successful they are. Well, this better be a pretty awesome prayer. He said it was about anger, which I think
Yeah.
If there's one little nugget this channel could offer is something to help people when that anger gets tripped, especially myself.
Okay, can you still hear me? I hope.
Yep.
Okay. I just had it and I flipped the switch in it. Oh, give me a second. I'm almost there. Oh, we're not having sex.
Old man trying to use technology. We understand.
Yep. Okay. It's actually on page 66 and
The
67, but
technology is a book.
the prayer is uh we realize that, well, that's not the prayer, but when a person offended us, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man. How can I be helpful? God save me from being angry, thy will be done. We avoid retaliation or argument. We wouldn't treat sick people that way. If we do, we destroy our chance of being helpful. We cannot be helpful to all people, but at least God will show us how to take a kindly and tolerant view of each and every one. I'm trying to find a prayer that goes with it.
Do you
Oh,
think it's
man.
love? I like the part about not being able to help people.
Well, yeah, you gotta the line in the sand, like what we were talking about.
Love and anger.
Because if you don't make a line, you're gonna get pulled in.
Yes,
Back
exactly.
down.
That's what I was about to say. Is loving is actually easy. I can love. I've done it before. I have it in me. I know I do. It's how to do it safely without getting hurt, how to do it healthily without yourself getting hurt, the things that are important to you getting hurt, and without you hurting someone else. And so there's
Yep.
so much risk for pain and there's so much risk for damage and suffering in love. It's not so much how to love, but how to love and minimize all of those risks. That's the scary part. That's what keeps me holding back. Hey, Marie. So I guess that's just part of learning how to love. But
Yeah,
I don't
it's a
want to love.
process.
I'm not a fool. I'm not going to love at the expense of my own. I'm still partially a Satanist, I guess. I'm not going to love at the expense of my own integrity,
Detriment.
my own well-being, my own mental health, my own psyche.
Well, you can love, but you gotta learn where to draw the line. You just can't
Yes,
let that
exactly.
hate. You can't
Exactly.
let that love turn into hate for someone. I know it's hard.
Well, I've had that happen. I don't know if it was love. It was intense, a sense of identity and intense attraction. And I've had that turn to intense hatred. But once it turns to hatred, I can't turn it back to that love. I'm like, okay, well, at one point it was love, so let me try to find that again. Once that hatred comes in, it's impossible for me to go back
Well,
and
if
turn it
you
into that love.
if you can't get love, you just turn it into a neutral
I can,
position.
oh, that's even harder to where it just never comes back because it burns into your brain. Like when you get hurt or fucked
Now,
over.
are you talking about in a relationship, or are you just
Yeah, in
talking
this
about in
case, yeah, it
general?
was the guy up here. It was a relationship. But when
Mm.
you
You,
get hurt and fucked over, it it gets burned into you in a way that
but if you don't learn
it
to,
affects your whole foundational structure. So that stuff stays with you from that point forward.
it's
It
just
gets
like
incorporated into all your future processing.
I was just out here cutting grass and I got stung by a bee.
Just now?
Yeah,
Oh my God. Go you better go
and
take care of it. You're gonna
I
need
already
Jesus.
did. That's
Oh,
what
okay.
took me so long.
Oh, it was so
But
casual. Our action hero. Frank,
but
was that your reggae stuff or Moose's? I got confused because Moose sent me something that he said he made a reggae album.
A
Did you
whole
also
album?
make one? Y'all both made reggae album, and yeah, you cut grass at 8:30 at night. Moose made the reggae album. Okay, that's what he told me. Oh, far free. I got it. Got it. So are y'all two healed? Did healing happen now? Yeah. This is crazy.
Isn't it?
People
It's
that
got
that is this just humans? Like when humans are together long enough, these random patterns just start to happen. People that I never
only if
thought
you
would
work
be in conflict or in
only
conflict.
if you
People that I
work
never
towards
thought
it.
would stop being in conflict are now making music together. I don't think he hates you, Moose, and he's
Who?
actually been saying some pretty nice things about you and defending you.
Who hates Moose?
Frank and Moose have had a rivalry going on for a long time.
Ah,
Yeah, they both think that they're my favorite, and
well, we know Mike's your favorite. Get
that's the next
over it.
step. That is the next step. Once I alienate Frank, then the triad is complete. We've already had a Christian and a Satanist swap
I've
places, so
I've never
stranger things could happen.
I've never been able to dislike Frank.
I haven't either. Frank disliked me. He found it very easy to dislike me at
Well,
some
that's
point.
because
In
you were
that's when I was defending Moose, ironically.
ah
So it's like they're like that joke with the chicken and the fox and the grain, and you can't have them all on the boat at the same time. But me and Moose and Frank cannot all be friends at the same time. One of us has to be hating on the other in that little
why
triad. I don't know. That's just the way
if
the
if,
dynamic is.
if
But we
y'all
used to
work
all
on it,
hang out together.
you
Me
can
and
cross
Frank
that
and
bridge.
Moose and Bex used to all hang out together. And in my mind, that's when I was like trying to build a community. And in my mind, everything was happy and the community was finally building and we were taking off into glory and
And then
bliss.
you let the garbage
And then
move
drama
in.
happened.
You let the garbage move in.
No, actually, it was some chat bullshit, and it happened with, I don't want to rehash it.
Now
They
you
know
know
the
who I
story.
still don't get. I
And
tried to
Cynthia got her finger in it somehow. It was about the same time. What were you saying about who?
uh Denizen.
What
I've
about him?
tried to I tried to make peace with him again.
Oh, I didn't know y'all were fighting.
Yeah, a couple of
He's someone
times.
I tried to work with too, and then Dutchy came and blew that up.
Yeah, I remember. I remember. I was here
So
that
every
day.
time I think I have my person that is wants to do this thing and has the ability to do it. And Dennison had some really good stuff to say about men's health and men's issues. Um, a troll comes along and tries to sabotage it, and successfully does many times.
What makes you think he's not a troll?
Well, I mean, if you're that
I
enmeshed with a troll, you
actually,
kind of are a troll. Like
I
only a
think
troll
he's
would get that enmeshed with a troll. A normal, healthy person
actually,
would not,
to be honest with you, I think he's one of these people with a hole that he's trying to fill, and he don't know what that hole is.
because he's not going to accept anything metaphysical
I don't
other than
know.
conspiracy theories,
He's
and he
hung out a
probably
lot
doesn't
of
have the emotional circuitry to
he's
experience
hung
many
out a
higher
lot of
order
Jack.
emotions. He
But the
does what?
problem is he hangs out a lot at Jack Talcott.
Oh, really? That's interesting. I
Yeah.
wouldn't think that that's his cup
Yeah,
of
it
tea at all.
surprised me too. However, they take the doomeristic. I know it's not a word. I just made it up.
It can be a
They
word.
they take the doomeristic viewpoint on life
Yeah.
instead of a positive outlook on life.
My criticism of doomerism is how powerless it seems. Who would want to go through life feeling
Well, like Eeyore,
that
I
lack
think
of
I lost
power
my tail.
that you're at the
Yeah,
mercy of so much outside of yourself?
you remember Eeyore from
Yeah, from
when
Pooh.
I think I lost my tail. It's gonna rain today. Oh my goodness, life is such a chore. Exactly. It can be, but you can turn it around. and make something positive out of
Right,
a
right. That
negative.
exact. That's self empowerment. And what I'm learning, because like Satan was so much a part of the self empowerment brand, and that if I moved out of Satanism, would I leave the self empowerment behind? But Christ and
No,
Jesus,
no.
that's just as empower.
I got, I got. That's where my empowerment came from,
that's what I'm
Jeff.
learning, is that I may have a better chance of bringing empowerment to people through somebody like Christ than Satan, because Christ can be just as, it's just a different kind of empowerment. Satan empowers more from those
But what I would suggest
darker
that
impulses.
prayer I put in the back, like I said, even though you don't understand it, you don't believe it,
I
even
understand
if there
some of it, just not
if
all of
there's
it.
you can change the word to make it fit, like thee to you or thee to thou,
Yeah.
whatever the hell. But the thing is to do it every day and
The
try
same
to
prayer, or like vary up your prayers?
nope the same prayer.
All right. Here, in fact, I'm going to copy it and put it
And you
where I'll
do
have
that,
it.
you get on your knees and
Oh
you
my
do it.
God, that's
And
what.
even though,
Why
like
do
I
you have
told
to do
you,
the knees?
it helps to humble yourself.
Oh, it's the humility. All right, I guess I'll
Yeah,
do
it's
the
to teach
knees.
humility. But like I said, I did that prayer for a long time. I didn't understand it, but it was suggested I do it, and I did it. And then I didn't need the book no more, and I kept doing the prayer, even though I was just mumbling words. But one day, it meant something. It took on
How many
meaning.
days did it take?
It well, like I said, it took me 2.5 years to get out of the fog
Because
of
I'm going to be
of.
honest, I have sexual fantasies where I do almost the exact same thing. So this could get very erotic very quickly, these prayers.
Whoa, wait a minute. Let's back up, regroup here,
Especially
Bubba.
if I start incorporating Daddy Jesus.
No, 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 no. Let's not
I need some guidance here.
take the sex out of it. Take the sex. Just do the
My
prayer like
mind
it's
adds it in
written.
there. I
Well,
mean, I don't see
do
how y'all
trust
can. Like,
me.
how y'all don't have it come in the first place.
There's a section in here that works about sex too. If sex is troublesome, there's an answer in there.
Does
Let
it
me
tell
see
you
if I
how to
can.
get
Let me
how to
look.
find it?
No, 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 no.
Uh, I'm excited. We're gonna hear about sex and Jesus, and it's all from one book, the big one. Oh no, that's fine. What did you ask, Marie? There's a lot of Sicilians that come on this channel and are proud, per- particularly of the Sicilian part of their heritage, and some of them separate it from Italian. Like, we're not Italian, we're Sicilian. But I don't know if you know this about Vinny. Vinny's not Italian. He don't know what he is. Somebody said he was Irish. Vinny's LARPing just like probably half of these other Italians, Sicilians. Who knows? This is cyberspace. Give up trying to figure out what's real. Are we doing another prayer, or is this?
I'm trying to find something. Yeah,
Oh, okay. You can close us out with something. I'm excited. I like this big book
and
so
I
far.
can't find it off the top of my head. I'll have to look it up a
Well,
little
we can do
deeper. But
another one. What's today's Tuesday? I might do a
but
members only tomorrow.
but this this might sound like a regiment thing, and I know it goes against psychology or the brainiac people. But like I said, you break them knees. You can either do it in the morning or do it at night or do
Because
it during the
is it?
day,
I have a
whatever
wooden
you want.
floor. Is it gonna be okay
Well,
to
you can put something underneath your
like a
knees.
towel or something?
Yeah, it don't have to be torture.
Okay,
You can fold up a bath towel, put it under your knees, or a rubber mat. Yeah,
okay.
anywhere where it's
Just
comfortable.
be humble.
Yes,
That's hard.
it's
That
a,
right. Just the kneeling part is gonna be hard.
well. There you go. It's a start.
In
If you
fact,
can just
I'm gonna.
practice that to start with. Like I said, this is not a car race.
Ow.
It's
Ow.
not the destination. It's the adventure, the journey.
Not comfortable so far.
It isn't. Trust me, it isn't.
Even with the towel.
No, I'm talking about internally.
Oh, okay.
You want me to do what? That goes against every grain
God,
of my fiber.
who knew Christianity was so rough?
I'm
I
not a
thought Satanism was
Christian.
badass.
I'm not. I'm not
Christianity
preaching
will break you
Christianity.
down.
Nowhere in the book does it talk about two men can't lay together. In my book,
Yeah, mine
I'm
either.
I'm spiritual. I'm not
I think it's a
religious.
beautiful thing. I think it's
It's
beautiful
what
when women do it,
it's what
and
we're.
when men and
And
women do
if
it.
you got a problem with God, you can call it a higher power. You can call it the creator of the universe. It's what works for you, not for me. It's what works for you. I had a guy I was working with. He had the same problem with that prayer I just gave you. He could not understand the thee thou stuff. So we went through and changed it to everyday language so he could understand it. And and,
I
and
mean,
he
I
kept
understand it from a literary perspective because I studied that stuff, but it just doesn't sound natural for me to say as a prayer. Like it's not something I would say in a prayer.
and uh he kept telling me, "Yeah, I'm doing the prayer." And I'm like, "How you doing the prayer?" He said, "Oh, I'm in the car, or I'm sitting on the couch, or I'm laying down." And I said, "Nope, ain't gonna work. You gotta bend them knees. That's
You
part
can't
of
be
it.
casual about it. You got to put some effort into it. Like you get in what you put out of
Yes,
it, or you get out what you put in it.
and it's not an act of becoming a slave. It's an act of humility, trying to humble yourself before a power that can restore you back to better."
Well, the
Uh,
prayer did say to like become a mindless servant, turn your will over to him.
I'm
It
not a
sounds
mindless
like maybe
servant.
less of a slave and more of a cult member, but
See,
how much of a difference is
you're
there?
putting too much emphasis in there, trying to put too much meaning into the word.
Oh, I am so sorry for trying to put meaning into words.
Well,
I didn't
I
know I wasn't
say
supposed to do that with this book.
you're trying to fight it. Is what I'm
No, I'm
pointing
trying
out.
to. I get suspicious when you can't criticize the words, but try to get meaning out of it.
Well, see, I'm used to that from fellows to dissect it so that they didn't have to do it.
Oh no, I'm just trying to understand it. And
There you go. And as you go along, and you can even look up the word and get the proper dictionary meaning if that helps. Hell, I had to do that. But like I said, somewhere along the way, a transition happens, and you start to believe it. You start to feel it. You start to really understand what the gist of it is. Like I said, I'm not going to force anybody to do anything against their will because we are free
but you
will
probably could.
people. Nope, I
Okay.
tried. I tried that. You can't beat them in the submission as hard as you might want to. But like I told you earlier, until one is ready to move forward, they'll stay stuck in that pit. And the idea here is to get out of the
But
pit.
okay, hang on though, because there's being ready and not knowing how to move forward because you're stuck and you don't have the tools to get unstuck and move forward.
And if you got
Versus
a
being ready, like not even being ready in the first place.
and if you got a problem with God, if you're an atheist, agnostic, chapter 4 kind of spells it out. They go through and talk about the different mindsets and aspects that you're really not going against yourself. You're just going to give yourself a chance, a different outlet.
Yeah, right. And it takes
And
some openness too, I imagine,
yeah,
especially for
and
people that this is new to.
and if you read anything in this big book that says alcoholic or alcoholism, you can substitute whatever word you want in there that fits you.
Panelholic,
That'll work.
dramaholic.
That'll work. Anything. You just got to be ready and open minded. Am I, do I believe or am I willing to believe that a force of power greater than me is out there? Because
I would love it if there was,
without it,
honestly.
I'm dead.
It's so hard to find.
Well, that's what this this program taught me, taught many. You work through these steps, and when you get to the end, it wasn't about not drinking. The whole point of those steps was to teach you how to live
And
without.
love.
Yes,
What the first step is admitting you have a problem in the first place?
yes. Whatever the problem is, whether it be,
That is one of my critiques too with the Panoverse thing is it would be a lot easier if people would just admit
I
the
mean,
addiction,
the
admit
next time we
and
get
quit trying to
together,
pretend like they try to downplay the effect the Panoverse actually has and the
next time
dysfunction that
we get
actually
the
comes out of it.
next time we get together, I'll go through the steps.
Okay. Yeah,
I have no
that could
problem
help a lot
doing
of
that.
people. That's
That's
perfect.
what if
That's the kind of
can,
stuff I want is
can
people
can you go
bringing
to my
stuff to help
channel
people with.
and read what it's about?
I didn't even know you really did a channel. Let me go
I
look.
just started. This is that turnaround I'm talking about.
Oh, so you're making a turn too.
Yes,
See, it's happening with everybody and people are
I
turning all kind of
I
different
was
directions. Not
I was
everybody's even making a turn all in the same place.
I started this about a month ago, turning around, and then I got
Oh.
sick and I was delayed.
Well,
Do you see the little write up what it says it's about?
I can't even find your channel. Why not?
Oh, well, let me type something in chat and then you can click on it.
All right.
Give me a second.
Chuck Berry keeps coming up. Yeah,
All right,
this is good. This
all right. Click. I typed in chat, so you should be able to click and go to my channel.
huh? Oh, I see. The yeah. Okay.
And then do more, where it says more information or
Yeah.
whatever the more is. And it should give a little synopsis.
Well, look at you.
Did you find it?
Okay. Well, I need a sub. Recovery from alcohol with the help of a 12-step program. What? I didn't know you were. This is the kind of channel I'm looking to partner with.
I've been working on this for about a month and a half, and then I got sick for about 2 weeks. It was really threw me for a loop. I didn't
All
have the
who wish.
energy. Go ahead.
I was just reading the copy. Go ahead.
No, go ahead and read it,
Well,
please.
all who wish to get out of the pits of misery or despair are welcome. That's the exact thing. We're trying. We're our things are aligning almost Exactly.
But bada bada bing.
Those seeking information are welcome also. I'm also trying to give information. As a recovered drunk with 25 years of sobriety, I'm here to help in any way possible. That's that servant leadership. I don't have a cure or make promises that will fix you, just maybe a way out. Chuck, where did you come from? How did you show up with this out of nowhere? This is exactly what I was
This was
hoping
some,
for.
this was something I've been thinking about for a while, but it wasn't until I got fed up with the panelverse that made me decide to do this. Because,
Well,
like I
we should
said, I
collaborate
saw
then.
all positivity disappearing, and
We
I
can be
did
the new
not like it.
Chuck and Jeff, two old cupcakes. We could be the muffins, like the day old muffins.
Oh, how about the two old Muppets that used to sit in the balcony?
Yeah. Oh, what is their name? Wallace and oh fuck. Let me
Yeah, I can't remember.
Muppets. Oh man, they're Waldorf and somebody. Statler and Waldorf. You're gonna have to be Statler, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
It's more
one's
like you.
older than the other, I think.
I had no idea he had all this. He was like one of the biggest Paddleverse junkies around. Like I had no idea he turned this leaf and was trying to
Well,
do something
this is
outside of it.
why this is why I originally came to your channel
Well, because
because
every
of
time
what.
I see you, you're in the Paddleverse. You're on those channels,
No,
right in the
no,
middle
let's
of
go.
all the drama,
Let's go back in time,
with a
sir.
giant wood spoon.
I came to your channel initially because of what your original concept was, but it went sideways. So,
With the mic thing.
well, with the Chris thing,
Oh
and
yeah, when Chris
then you
deterred.
had to
Yeah,
rebrand, and yeah.
I didn't
So
rebrand. I just that was that was the end of an era at the beginning.
right,
That was about the time that you and Moose started showing up actually. Shortly before,
yeah,
because y'all
yeah.
showed up, I think, just in time to start to see Chris
Uh, I was here for a
go.
little while before it got funky. I might have been in the bushes still, but I was here because I like the concept that you put out there.
I don't believe you. I don't believe this.
You don't
I got,
believe me?
no, this, what Moose is saying. This is part
Oh
of
my
the
God.
troll. That's what I'm saying. That,
Let me
I,
read it. Let
that
me see.
when you put out two versions of reality, people stop knowing what to believe and knowing what's going on. And so they just disinvest everything.
I'm going to tell you the truth. From what this is just my own opinion, observation. I could see Moose from time to time trying to claw his way out and get sucked back in.
I thought he was out like the whole time he was hanging out here. I never really associated him with the Panelverse much, and he didn't really talk about the Panelverse much, so I had no clue how
So
deep his roots in the
I
Panelverse were.
believe I believe he's in search of.
I don't. I'm going by what I see with my own eyes recently, and I
You
don't.
might, yeah. Now,
He.
see, you might know more there than I do.
It just look, and then like. I also go back to this addiction analogy because I know there's certain signs that addiction experts look at and certain behaviors that addicts do. And I'm looking at this Panelverse thing and see. In fact, maybe my next topic I can have the AI run a comparison of addiction versus internet addiction or video YouTube addiction or something. We can look at several forms of addiction. We can look at actual addiction, chemical addiction. We can look at video game addiction. We could look at Panelverse addiction. because there might be a pattern. There's something about addiction as a phenomenon that, like the parts of the brain it engages and the chemicals it releases, all that stuff, that could explain some of the pull. But I think people are getting certain needs met there that are not necessarily the highest. They're not the needs you would meet at church. They're the needs you would go to the juke joint on a Friday night to meet. But they meet that their ego needs, their needs for power and possibility and mastery and a sense of being able to affect other people in a powerful way because it can be a hurtful way. You're flexing. And I think it feeds. It's kind of like when men are growing and developing and they need that kind of pack to rough around with and act wild with. But to see grown adults with families do it, it has a different effect. It seems regressive. It seems something that maybe would be less weird if teenagers were doing it, but people that are trying to build a society and establish themselves in a positive way that they can pass on to another generation, it just does not seem like something that those people would get pulled into. So it seems like it's the drive towards it and to stay in it is from very early, like unresolved childhood stuff, not necessarily
Well, look, that's the
anything going on currently,
purpose of the inventory.
which makes it more
It's,
powerful because it's so primal.
yeah,
You're working out your daddy issues, your mommy issues, all of your childhood dysfunctions and traumas and adversities, and you do it with other people who have the same ones, and y'all are all
yeah,
fucked up together, and it feels bonding and community. But looking at it from a distance, especially with the eye that I have and my Virgo rising analysis, I'm not seeing anything that comes from it that's going to help what I'm trying to do here. And I see a lot that comes from it that could actually hurt what I'm trying to do here. And I don't want to expose the audience that's starting to come here for better things to something that could disrupt that for them and prevent them from getting that when they come here.
well, the thing is, you want to be inclusive, not exclusive.
But I want to be inclusive of health and quality.
Yes, yes.
And so I have to find a way to feel. So when people show up and plug into the network, they're getting a quality network.
And if they come here, if they're, if they're not interested or want any information to improve their life, well, then there's the
There's
door.
100,000 other channels they can go to. We can even
E-
promote so. We can even say, look, if this is not your thing,
Exactly.
go to Kane's Catharsis. He's running a drama panel. Go to Joey's. They're having a drama fight. Go to
I can't even go to
Flo. I don't know.
that Joey, is that
But I guess that
Vegas
defeats the purpose
Valley
if you're going to
Vip.
steer people right back into the metaverse.
Yeah. Offer them something that we got nothing to offer. Well, they can either stick around and listen and maybe learn or
I
move
mean,
on.
I kind of what I've been doing the whole time, and I'm kind of better at it than the other way, is to just focus on my own thing and not really worry about what other
Right,
channels are doing out
right,
there. Because
exactly.
it would be different if I was doing something similar to someone else that I was in competition with. But nobody's doing what I'm doing. I don't have another channel I can look at and say, oh, I got to do it better than they're doing or different than they're doing, because there is no. I don't know of channels that are trying to do this. And if there are, I would love to know about them because I want to collaborate.
Well, what I see happens, and I'm sure there are some good ones out there, but a lot of times what I see happens with creators is that they're one way, then they get monetized and they change. It's all about the money then.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
think so.
about offering. Yes.
I think when people see, and not even in the panelverse, just in life, when people see dollar signs, you see it at like casinos. Something happens in their brain,
Mm-hmm.
and they go into like,
But yeah,
acquire money mode, power, status.
if I get into to a positive aspect, a positive flow, I always walk away feeling better than when I got there.
I like that. I think that's what I'm aiming for. I want people to come away from the channel not feeling drained, but feeling energized
Better, yeah.
and
Didn't you know
walking away
you,
feeling
you
like they
know
got
you're
something.
doing yeah, you didn't you know you're doing something
Yeah.
instead of just blowing out, being a blowhard, you know. Hell, like you said, if you want that, go down to the local bar on a Friday night if
Which
that's
is
what
fine. I
you
mean, I'm
want.
not knocking local Friday night bars, but I am knocking unhealth and dysfunction
Mm-hmm.
and exposing people
Mas
to damage.
masquerading it still.
Yeah. I
Exactly.
mean, I gotta, and I used to run group. I used to run mental health support groups. So I have to watch out for what comes into the group because I have to protect a certain ethos
Yeah, I
that's
used
happening
to.
in that group because people are coming there to heal.
Yeah, I
And
was
so I'm
highly
gonna have
involved
to apply that
in
to
our
this
group.
too. Do I?
I, I said I was highly involved with the program. In fact, I was the Illinois representative to a big convention they used to have.
So like the in person, you did a lot of in person advocacy.
Well, yeah, but like we'd have a convention. It was 5 states, and we'd all meet at one spot, and each state was responsible for having a lineup of speakers or guests. You know, one year in fact that's when we got Paul Williams to come
Oh, the
and be.
singer, the artist.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Man, he's short. I mean, he's super short. And I looked at him with stars in my eyes, you know, because he's Paul Williams. And he looked at me and he said, I don't know what you're looking at. He said, I'm
you're
no
Paul
better than you.
Williams. He's
You know, a guy,
gaslighting. I don't know what you're looking at.
no, you're being serious. He said, I'm just a drunk like you are. He said, I'm nobody special.
That's bullshit. A celebrity said they're saying they're nobody special.
Well, if you're working it the way you're supposed to work, then that's you know, you be humble, thankful for what you got.
Yeah. I think humility is a good topic. I've done a few topics on it before. It's also something I'm trying to reach. I don't necessarily associate it with love and all those other qualities, but it
Yeah,
could
there's a
probably
difference
help. But
between
I think I'm
humility
better at compassion than humility, actually. But I want to do a topic with you one day on humility.
and people will mix it up. They'll mix humility up with oh I just had the word and I lost it. When you're making fun of somebody, starts with an H.
Humiliate, like humiliating them.
Yeah, humiliation
Yeah,
as opposed to humility. And
yeah,
people
another
think they're the same
thing.
thing, and they're not. Oh, you get me excited, Jeff. You get
Yeah,
my juices.
humility is like, take care, Moose. Have a good night. Humility is like you're acknowledging the status of someone that is greater than yours. You're lowering your status in relation to that
Yeah,
person
you're putting your ego in
and
check.
elevating that person's and that's who that we're so wired for status. Who wants to give up status? Although I see people throw their
Exactly.
status out the window left and right on this thing. But it's
Well,
really hard, especially for like God men
you got
that
my
pride
juices
themselves
flowing
on their
again.
ability to build status, to be asked to give that up for another person and put yourself at a lower status than somebody else. That is hard.
Yes, that's that ego. That ego gets in the way.
That ego do get in the way, and it's a defensive. It defends itself aggressively.
I mean, ego is a necessary item to
I
survive
know.
with, but
I've done
it's
streams on that.
finding that
It is we
balance.
need it to survive, but it is not a pretty thing.
I remember the first time I had to get in front of a crowd of 5,000 to speak. Man, I was scared to death. And I
And
didn't
you
know what I
couldn't
was
take
going
a
to.
drink to calm your nerves.
Well, this was an AA convention. Yeah, I couldn't take a drink. I was sober, but it's just the fact of getting in front of 5,000 people. But what I did was stuck to my story, and the words came out like they're supposed to.
How long was your speech?
How long did I talk? About hour and a half.
Oh my God! I was thinking like our Toastmaster speeches are like 5 to 7 minutes, an hour, and that's good. That's a YouTube monologue.
Well, you're sharing your experience, strength, and hope.
Yeah,
Hoping that it reaches somebody that helps
at least you
somebody.
hope you are.
Well, yeah, and it's not about feeding your ego or being Billy Badass on the podium. Not at all.
I'm just trying to offer solutions. I want to offer real things, not just words, but I want to offer
Right.
things. And I can use my experience to like, this is what I've used in the past. This is what's worked for me. This is what I know about the topic. This is what I can offer. It might help, it might not, but at least I'm putting something on the table
I mean,
to offer.
per
Other people can come
se,
and put their stuff on the table.
your
We'll have a
yeah,
full
your
table full of
area
tools.
your area of expertise is right here. My area of expertise is right here. But if we get enough of these, it's like a chain reaction.
Who else can we get? What do you know? Other people that might
I'd
be
have to get out
pulled
some thought.
into, because I'm having a hard time finding them too, and
Oh, I'm
identifying them
telling
when
you.
they do show up because I get fooled easily. I think people are here for it, and they turn out not to be.
It's like I was supposed to do a debate some time back and find a
Hey,
debate
plasma.
partner, but it just didn't work out that way because I couldn't find a person that was divorced from the panel verse, as you call it, enough to talk about their recovery. You know,
I
their whole
wanted to
approach.
do like a recovery from the Panelverse, but
Yeah, you can do
the
that.
it turned out not to be a real thing. Like so that was part of the troll thing. But I got excited for a second thinking that, oh, here's somebody leaving the Panelverse. We can actually document the steps that this person is using to help other people to do it. And then it was like, psych, I'm never leaving the Panelverse.
And then the letdown. Like I said,
Yeah,
I've
it
walked
was.
people through the program, through the steps, and thought we were making progress just to end up with pie on my face that they really wasn't into it.
How, like,
For,
after how long does the
ooh,
pie end up on your face? Is it years or like you talking a few weeks or months?
probably the longest one was 3 years. That
That's a
was an
long
exception.
time to.
That was an exception. He was a hard one, a hard case, because he kept trying to justify all the little boo boos he kept making in life instead of actually, like I said, looking inward at where the problem really was. Oh yeah, you get me
I'm
started. I
eating right now
talk
on
about this
camera. This
shit
thing
all
is so
night.
stupid.
What's so stupid?
Nothing.
How
Ignore it.
stupid is,
I
stupid
just.
does.
I mean, I grew up around people who were. Some of them were not the brightest people. They were all levels of intelligence. So I'm used to being around different degrees of it. But I have never seen people as stupid as I have seen in this on this YouTube.
Praise God.
It's a level of stupidity I just never have had to deal with.
I'll have to agree with you, Jeff. every so often you would run into something, but you run into it nonstop here
I'm in
on
chip
this.
bliss right now. Oh, it's so good. Okay, I'm gonna put them away. So what we're gonna do humility one day. What was the other topic?
We'll do just a basic run through the steps,
Of the
just
steps. Okay.
an overview, yeah, without dragging it into the weeds or anything. Uh, we'll do it. We'll feel it out before. I got some stuff, like I said, I was laying out, but I haven't finished it yet.
Okay.
And
And
it,
if you want to collaborate with your channel too, I'd be glad. I'm looking for collaborators.
yeah, that's a hard thing to find out here.
Are you a member
Of what?
of this channel? Because I might do a members only stream tomorrow, and those are
Uh,
a lot smaller,
I'm
so it
a
might be a chance to like really talk about the future. Okay, well, and we have someone in the back wanting to come on, but I'm about to wrap up, so it. I guess try again another day. I'm not sure who you are, and so I have to vet you a little bit. And oh, I guess he's a member
okay.
now.
I had my, it just ran out. I had to renew.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for renewing then, because this will
Who is
give you
it?
a chance to
Who was in the back?
get on. It was a new person, so I don't know the
Oh,
person, but their channel looks interesting, and I would like to talk. They do. It's kind of what
do
I'm looking for,
you
going by
remember
the
their
channel
name?
description. Yeah, but I don't want to share unless they
Oh, okay.
come on. Um, in fact, if you want, you can email me. You can leave a comment, or you can email me through my website, which is in the YouTube description, because it does look like very much like we should
What's
talk.
it? What what does it
Kind of
involve?
the inner self journey of the inner self, and
Mm.
working on yourself,
Yeah,
conscious awareness.
you gotta watch the ones that are locked in though, that aren't open for exploration of their ideas.
But also, like, because we're entering a new era, we're going to be drawing all kind of new people now,
Oh
and
yeah,
it's just you have to start the process all over again of just getting to know the new people and giving each
yeah.
new person a chance and just assessing from there. And so there's going to be a lot of risk taking, but that's why I want to put in some gatekeeping mechanisms. Right now, I have those three questions of
Oh, I'll go answer
what
for
this is
you
what
and
the channel's for.
send it
What
to
are
you.
you here for? What do you have to bring? What do you want to get out of it? That kind of stuff. So that's going to help us filter out people that are here for a purpose versus just to randomly hang out or
Well,
hijack it for their own purposes, which is what happens a
that's
lot
what
of times.
drew me over in the first place was what I'm trying to remember the title you called it. Men's uh approach to health, or I can't remember now. I have to go back and look. What you But that's what originally drew me over.
Thanks, the
And
AI
then
helped me. The AI wrote me an entire roadmap to the future. I'm like, this is
did
what's
it?
going on my channel. This is where we're at. We're in a new era. This is where I want to go. No, what I told it, what I thought my strengths were, and I said, this is what I'm working with. How can I turn this into something? And it gave me a whole roadmap and step by step, do this first, this next, this next. And one of the first steps it said was to get these filtering questions in, to start finding the people that form your inner circle, which is that second tier, that want to. It's fine to come and connect and hang out in third space and community. I want to. We're not going to lose that. We're just going to have to share it
Right.
with another
And every
purpose.
or every show does not have to be entirely focused on
Mm-mm.
locked in. You can still have open discussion with people that want to approach these topics. You know,
And I still think it has to have fun. Like I'm not.
yes,
Whatever
you
we
can't
do,
become
we have
rigid.
to have fun doing it.
Yeah, you don't want to
Because if
become
it's not
rigid.
fun, I don't want to offer it to people, and I'm not going to want to do it for long either. And it doesn't have to be all the time personal growth. We
Right.
can cut up and act silly, but I just want to make sure some of it gets in there each stream, and that it's not just a total open panel where random
And
people
even
show
if,
up and do their thing.
yeah,
I want to
even if
structure
you,
it a little bit and start formatting it to ensure that certain content gets in.
if you start off with a 15, 30 minute at the beginning of, okay, here's an idea, throw it out there, and then go and chop it up and see where it goes.
Yeah, that's what I do. I start with a short monologue on a topic, or I give my thoughts for the day on
Right.
something. And then when people come up, I try to ask them, do you have any thoughts on this thing I've been talking about? And then if they want to go somewhere else from there, that's fine. But I want to give them a chance to contribute their piece to that, whatever that daily thing is.
Yeah, because I know when you started off, you were looking at the mental health aspect, and then
hmm
Chris was really
I
wanting to
was having
go.
guests and professionals on, and we were talking
Yeah,
about like really focusing deep on specific mental
but
health
then
topics, and they had
Chris
all this
wanted to get
expertise.
into the
That's what I thought the
artist,
channel was going to go,
and then Chris decided he wanted to get more into the artist side, music and
which I was
things
also
like
interested
that.
in. I had done something similar to that during COVID with this little artist community I was involved
Mm.
in, and I ran their Zoom, and we did open mic nights and workshops, and they'd write songs, and we do writing nights where we'd all sit together and write and share our writing, and art class. We did all kind of creative stuff, and so that excited me too. The problem is like when I started this channel, I had 5 or 6 different things I was all interested in wanting to do at the same time.
Yep.
But I knew that men and mental health were going to be the cornerstone of all of that, no matter which of the things I did. All right. Well, we'll
Yep.
do more then, I guess. I'll do a members only stream tomorrow, and
Okay.
then
I don't think I got anything going
you're on
heavy.
Discord, right?
Uh, you might want to repost it so I can get it
Oh,
somewhere.
okay.
Back chat be fine.
I just
Like I
want to be able to
said,
contact you somewhere.
I dumped a lot of what I was involved with just to get rid of it.
Well,
And yours
just
may.
if I don't see you, so just email me. I mean, find me there again at Gen X Jeff. Plasma, we had a good night. It was a good talk. Dolbez came up and Nick Volt, and we talked about sin and shadow work, and then Chuck came on, and Chuck is actually kind of in the same place I am right now, and um, almost the same age, and we might start doing more together that's self-help related. Here, find me at Gen X Jeff, and if anyone else needs the Discord invite, just hit me up there. Oh, did I pin a? I didn't. Did I pin a message? Oops.
I
Um.
don't know.
So yeah, and then it was a good night. It was exactly what I wanted. I think we gave good, helpful, useful content. We had fun doing it, and there was almost no drama. So it shows what's possible. All right, you want to leave us with the thought? How do they close out the AA meetings? Anything special?
I won't do that right now. I don't. I I'm gonna have to go back and rework it a little bit, but
Okay. Was
yeah.
there
But
any wisdom you want to leave us with, or any
anybody that's
words?
maybe interested,
Let me
that's
drop
got
your channel in.
problems, looking for a place to maybe get out of all the the Fruit Loop stuff of these panel verses and try to improve yourself in a more positive direction instead of walking around with all these. I mean, there's nothing wrong with entertainment on other channels. It's just when it starts affecting your energy. But if you're looking to change something in your life for the better, I suggest coming back because there may be things happening. And I'll leave it with that.
Thank you. Thank you for that. That was great.
Quite welcome, sir. Good night, everybody.
Okay, it was great seeing you. Great hanging out. Hey, Squatch. And we'll see you again, I'm sure. All right, everybody. Members only stream tomorrow. I like them. They're good. They're very gentle. They're nice. It's like hanging out in somebody's kitchen. Just real casual, having real talk. The environment's a little bit different, and I really like these members-only streams. And the members-only streams are where we're building the future of this channel. So if you want to be part of that, those are the streams to join. So I will leave you with that. Have a great rest of your night, and I will see you tomorrow for our members-only stream. Thank you, everybody. Love you all. Shakes the night, baby. Yeah, that's right.